like to bring this meeting to order. We have a special guest today, Donnie Joyner, always smiling, always happy, and he's going to do the invocation for us, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you can stand, would you please stand?
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, may the spirit of unity and cooperation prevail over this Aldermen's meeting. Let them approach their work with an open mind and a willingness to listen to diverse perspectives. May they find common ground and work together to build a stronger, more prosperous Southport for all. This is my prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, President Biden has announced that today is a Remembrance Day for Jimmy Carter, and we sat around trying to figure out what an appropriate tribute would be for that day. And we came upon Howie Franklin. If you don't know Howie, where is Howie? There he is. Howie will introduce himself, but he runs the Jetport, and he was the chief steward on Air Force One for 5 presidents. And he's going to come up and give us some stories about dealing with Jimmy Carter. Howie, would you be so kind to come up to the podium? Later on in the meeting, Howie will be back up to talk about the airport and what the airport does and all the money that they bring into the area, but that'll be a separate agenda item.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the invitation, Mr. Mayor. I'm the only person in the whole world that got the opportunity to work for 5 U.S. presidents consecutively without getting fired. I worked for President Ford, President Carter, President Reagan, President Bush, Bill Clinton. He's guilty, but he was a nice guy. When the president walks on the airplane for the very first time, Air Force One, and I want you to know all presidents, regardless of their party, if they miss anything when they leave the White House, it's Air Force One. The main reason, not that it's their airplane, but they're always number 1 for takeoff. So they end up sometimes the former president, and then they're in LaGuardia, and they're number 32 for takeoff. When the president first walks on the airplane, he meets 2 people. Meets the chief flight attendant, and he meets the chief pilot. We give them a flight jacket, and I give them a show and tell through the airplane. The first time I met Jimmy Carter, he had been elected, but he hadn't been inaugurated yet, and President Ford sent the backup airplane to Georgia to take him on a Christmas vacation to Jekyll Island, Georgia. And the airplane that we used was 26,000, and that airplane's in Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and Air Force One Museum right now. That was the aircraft that President Johnson was sworn in on. President Kennedy's body was brought back to Washington, D.C. Mamie Eisenhower's body was flown on it. Senator Dirksen, several dignitaries, so it's the airplane with all the history. We got down to Plains, Georgia, and the Carter people came on the airplane, and the president came up to me, and his first question to me was, when do they use the smaller airplane? I think that the airplane was a little intimidating to him, but he also was thinking about efficiency using the smaller airplane. I said, yes, they do. The Jetstar, we use it when the mission calls for that. But my initial feeling with him, he was a very humble, gentle Southern gentleman, and this was my first experience with a Southern genteel family. Now, my history, at one time I worked for a Southern congressman from Charleston named Mindel Rivers. He was a very powerful congressman, and I had traveled with him extensively around the world. And one day he came up to me. He was a tall, great-looking, distinguished gentleman, and he looked at me and he said, "Son, "Where about you from anyway?" I said, "Well, sir, I'm from Long Island." And he said with some disdain in his voice, "Long Island?" I said, "Yes, sir, but I'm from the South Shore of Long Island." And he pounded me on the back, said, "Very good." So anyway, this is with my first experience dealing with a wonderful Southern family. I happen to be a Christian, and he was a Christian as well. And he was, like I said, he was very caring, but at the same time, you realize he was an engineer. Okay, now ask a realtor how it is to sell a house to an engineer. Okay, engineers are wired different than everybody else. They look at things and how to organize them and do them and things of that nature. He was very blessed. He had a wonderful wife, and her name is not Rosalind, it's Rose Lynn. Okay, she was the people person. And between the two of them, the engineer and the people person, they made a wonderful team, an extremely wonderful team. Look at memories that we had back. One time we were going to Japan, and I was running a backup airplane at this one time, and there was two Secret Service guys on two different details, and they're telling a story. Well, we had a military aide at the time, Colonel Peterson, who had a reputation of not being able to make a quick decision. It was always maybe 10, 15, he'd grab a whole bunch of data before he'd come up and make a quick decision. And the one agent has said to the other agent, they were on two different shifts. What happened was President Carter wanted to go out fishing early in the morning in Georgia in the summertime. You know, it's 95 degrees. If you think Southport's hot, you ought to see Plains, Georgia. Okay? So now he grew up there. So at 5 o'clock in the morning, they drive out down this old dirt road in the pine forest, come up on this old pond with lily pads and slime and things of that nature, and they start to fish. So the one agent said to the other agent, "You know what that idiot did?" And immediately the agent said, "You mean Colonel Peterson?" He said, "No, the president." And he said, "What do you mean? What did he do?" He said, "Peterson made the first quick decision of his whole career." And what happened was, about 7:30 when they changed shifts, President Carter, because he lived there, remember, he said to the doctor and to Colonel Peterson, "Well, we're not catching any fish, let's go swimming." Can you imagine that pond? Now, we didn't grow up there, okay? The agents are walking around, how are we going to write this up? President eating in the pond? You know, they're scared to death. But he said, Colonel Peterson said immediately, "No, sir, I can't do that. I have the football." So he made the first quick decision. I tell that little story because all these presidents that I work for and the presidents that you have had, they're all just like us. They feel, they cry, they have good moments, they have tough moments, and they like to go fishing, and they like to go swimming, and they like to walk through the woods and things of that nature. Another one that we were, hopefully I get the dates right, I think it was 1989 to 90, we were in the palace of the Shah of Iran in Iran, in Tehran, with President Carter, and this was New Year's Eve. And as the Shah invited his flight crew, so he also invited the American flight crew, Air Force One flight crew. So we're in the palace of Tehran having this wonderful dinner, and the next morning it's New Year's Day, and we're leaving there going to Saudi Arabia. Well, we served on that airplane ham, collard greens, cornbread, and black-eyed peas, okay? And the president was very comfortable, and Rosalind was very comfortable with it, but the State Department people and some of the White House people they didn't like it. They didn't have any history behind it. So we took a little heat for that, but the president was on our side. When he spoke, he was calm, he was collected. Now I don't know, you could Google this. I don't think he was actually a nuclear engineer. I think he was a mechanical engineer. And So he, as an engineer, he got a little bit of trouble in the White House for somehow he was involved in scheduling the tennis matches and things of that nature. So the engineering sometimes, and as I said, Rosalind would take care of that and make things a lot better. It was just a wonderful experience with them. Now, one of my incredible moments I'll never forget, you know, he was a great negotiator and a soft-spoken, common-sense person, and was able to negotiate, and with King Hussein in Egypt, and was able to bring Israel and Egypt together, which was a magnificent thing. But when Reagan had taken office, I guess King Hussein, the story is that he got a little too far out front, and they killed him. So Reagan sent a delegation to Egypt to go to the funeral. Now, we're using 26,000 again, the backup airplane. This airplane is set up to fly presidents, not the delegation that I'm about to share with you. So anyway, on the airplane, the ranking member was the Secretary of State, Al Haig. And then the Secretary of Defense, he was in the stateroom with his own bathroom. And then Caspar Weinberger, the Secretary of Defense, is in the conference room. And then in the staff area, where the staffers would sit, we had Richard Nixon, President Ford, President Carter, Mrs. Carter. And Richard Nixon is sitting in the place where Mr. Ehrlichman used to sit, okay, as far as history is concerned. And Henry Kissinger, who is one of the ones that did a lot of negotiations over there. Now, I flew extensively with Henry Kissinger for many years, and he knew me. So as he saw me, he grabbed my jacket, and he said, "Howie, you finally did it." I said, "What's that, sir?" He said, "You got me in storage." Anyway, we're going across the Atlantic. Sooner or later, nature calls. If you can imagine the experience that I'm having at this moment, President Carter walks up front, comes up to me, and he's my former president that I worked for 4 years, and gently asks me, "Howie, can I use your bathroom?" Well, immediately I understood why. Because his bathroom was located in the back of the airplane, and to get to that bathroom, he's got to walk past Helen Thomason and the press and Sam Donaldson. So he said, "I'm going to walk front and use Howie's bathroom." And so he went up. I escorted him up to the bathroom. The next thing you know, nature's calling. Here comes President Ford. Well, he comes up, and he asked me, he says, "Can I use the bathroom?" I said, "Well, it's occupied right now." I didn't say who was in there. I said, "It's occupied right now." Now, this crew that is on Air Force One, we flew with all these gentlemen. We flew with President Ford, and the radio operator sitting there, and President Ford knows Jerry, and he knows me, and we're having a little conversation, and everything's fine, but we're waiting for President Carter to come out of the bathroom, and next thing you know, here comes Henry Kissinger. Now, if you think about it, I'm sitting here, this is a piece of history, ladies and gentlemen. I got Al Haig, who's in the stateroom, used to work for all of those people at one capacity or another. He's in the stateroom with his own bathroom. It's a great country. And they're using my bathroom. So Henry Kissinger, I worked for him. He was my trainer. If you could work for Henry, you could work for anybody. He led through warlord management. That's fear and intimidation. You know, believe it or not, it works. I don't agree with it, but it works. So everybody was scared of him. And so Henry comes up. He doesn't ask me. He goes right to the bathroom, looks, he sees it's occupied. He comes back. He's standing there with President Ford and me and radio operator. Jerry Rankin, he knew Dr. Kissinger. Dr. Kissinger relied on Jerry Rankin because when we traveled through the Middle East, he wouldn't trust any embassy. Every message that went back and forth to Washington came out off the airplane. So anyway, Henry's standing there and he says to me, "Howie, who the hell's in the bathroom?" I said, "It's President Carter, sir, and he brought a book with him." And Henry Kissinger says, excuse my English, but my language, he says, "Yank his ass out of there." I said, "No, sir, we can't do that." And then he says to Jerry Rankin, he said, "You know, I got to go back and tell Casper Weinberger, that the discipline in the military is slipping. And I said, why is that, sir? He said, because all you guys used to be scared to death of me, and you're not as scared of me anymore. The next thing you know, here comes Richard Nixon. Now think about it. I'm standing there. I got President Carter in my bathroom, President Ford standing in line to use the bathroom, Henry Kissinger standing in line, and here comes Richard Nixon. I'm almost gasping for air. Well, Richard comes up. He was always a very private person. He comes up and he looks, and John Palmer, which was one of his flight attendants when he was on Air Force One, Richard Nixon surveys the situation, turns to John Palmer, and said, when it's my turn, call me. On that way back, after the funeral in Egypt, we're on our way back, and during that trip, Rosalind Carter came up and sat with me for an hour and 15 minutes chatting on how she missed the crew and missed this. But she offered one kind of a funny thing. President Carter was always concerned about he's losing his luggage. He was obsessed with that. We never lost his luggage, but he was always obsessed with that. She said to me, you know, how obsessed he was with him losing his luggage. I said, yeah. She said, the first trip we took, they lost his luggage. Anyway, yeah, he was a real gentleman, and he was a teacher. I mean, if he saw a moment where he could share information and history and the Bible, he would do it, and he did it very well. He got your attention. And I'll mention something else. I mentioned all those 5 presidents. You may not believe this, but I witnessed this, including Bill Clinton. Every one of them, I caught them. I didn't catch them, but I entered the stateroom, and I've caught every one of them reading the Bible at different times. So anyway, it was a wonderful political opportunity, and I'm so happy to be here in Southport and be able to serve the people at the Brunswick County Airport. Thank you very much. Any questions? Any questions or anything?
Thank you, Howie.
Thank you.
If you take a chair, and we'll call you back up in just a couple of minutes to go over the finances of the airport. Thank you. The next agenda item is the public comment. And for public comment, I just want to start it off by saying the ad hoc committee on streetlights has reconvened, because we know there's a streetlight issue. And so certainly if you're here to talk about that, be my guest to talk about that. But I want to let you know that we're moving ahead to try to figure out what we're going to try to figure out about the streetlights, and if we want to have baseball stadiums everywhere. But we'll figure that all out. So with that, sir.
Rick Jones.
Rick Jones, 828 Cades Trail. The residents and directors in Cades Cove want to thank the Aldermen for their consideration of our rezoning amendment and for the fair hearing that you have provided us. We believe our situation is unique and should not set a precedent that leads to a cascading of gating requests. Sensible standards can be created to limit such requests to residential developments that are receiving out of the ordinary cut-through traffic. We welcome the chance to discuss this more. We've spent a lot of time on it. Our residents are committed to service and being active citizens in the city of Southport. Our neighborhood includes many talented volunteers and professionals. We have Dozier Auxiliary volunteers, a Maritime Museum board member, former director, the president of the Lions Club, a local dentist, a veterinarian, and the just retired chair of the Wooden Boat Show. We have retired teachers, military officers, engineers, and mostly just regular folks. All are committed to actively supporting our favorite city, Southport. To that end, earlier this week, actually Monday, we sent a letter to the city clerk asking that if anyone sees fit to put forward a motion accepting our rezoning amendment, that they add 3 specific conditions that we in Cades Cove agree to. One, we guarantee to open the gate or gates in the event of any weather emergency to assist with evacuation and passage of emergency vehicles. We will keep the gate open during the 4th of July to assist with the large amount of visitor traffic that Southport gets. And finally, in the event of an emergency situation on Robert Rourke that cuts off the street anywhere from Cades Trail to House Street, we will work with first responders to keep the gates open and traffic flowing until such time as safe passage is restored on Rourke. Police, fire, and EMS will have emergency contacts to call in Cades Cove, and we work on a technology solution that allows these emergency workers to open the gates themselves and to keep them open as long as necessary. We love Southport and want to be active participants in helping city leaders in any way we can. We're here tonight to ready to answer any additional questions that you may have. Thank you.
Craig Blanks.
Board, Mayor, residents of Southport, my name is Craig Blanks. I'm the General Manager of Frying Pan American Fish, 102 South Caswell, the Yoga Dock, and the 2 twin towers down there that everybody in town loves so much. After the November 5th Alderman meeting, I wasn't able to attend it. I did watch it online the next day. I reached out to the mayor, and I do have a couple of notes about that. One, there are only 3 residential lots in the yacht basin. There's not 4. It's 309 Westmore, which is Paul and Maria's, 102 South Caswell, which is us, and then the corner of West Bay and Caswell, which are Jim and Bridget's. The last meeting we had with the city concerning parking down there or doing something with those lots, the end of the conversation with Joe Pat, Bonnie, Paula Maria, Shorty, myself, Jim and Bridget was, from Joe Pat's mouth, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Leaving the rezoning alone, putting a parking overlay over it to allow parking just on those 3 residential lots. We all stated that we would not spend the money. At the time, they wanted us to build berms and do all this landscaping. Just to do that around those 3 lots was going to be over $50,000 a piece that they wanted us to come out of pocket for. That's not something we were willing to do then. This past year, when we bought the yoga lot, the first thing I did was cut the chain off of it and open the parking up to anyone. I do not restrict our parking to anyone at any time. I closed down the lots for the wooden boat shows so they can use them, any city function, 4th of July, whatever. We've always let that go. This year, I did border the yoga lot and the gravel. That cost me about $30,000, just in that little bit. After that meeting, and I spoke with the mayor, Paul was next door. We went and got Paul. We actually walked over to the parking lots, called Jim Cherico. All 4 of us were talking. Myself, Paul, and Jim all agreed with the mayor's witness, and the mayor did speak with Jim that day, that we would be willing to border our parking lots and gravel them. Right now, though, there is no 57 stone. The state of North Carolina's bought it up. So it's going to probably take a while before we could do that. That's all that needs to be done. Make it quick, simple, easy. Paul is not restricting his parking anymore. Jim is not restricting his. But those parking spots down there in the yacht basin help the entire city. Whether it's zoned correctly right now or not, we need to fix that. So that's what I'm here tonight to ask, and hopefully we can get that done a lot faster.
Can I ask a question? I apologize. I know this is out of, when you said border and gravel those lots, is it just the 3 residential lots, or are we talking kind of a re-graveling of everything?
Right now it would be the 3 residential. Paul's parking lot that he has, where he has a little parking booth that they don't use anymore, that's a commercial lot. So that wasn't in the mix. But at that last meeting and even last week's paper, they keep saying 4 residential lots. There's only 3.
And for the commercial lots, parking's allowed anyway,
Yes,
you know. So we're only concerned about
the 3 residential lots.
I was just asking about consistency of those lots, that's it.
And just so the board knows and so the town knows, a couple of years ago, we got some word that there might be something going on, so we applied and were granted and could still go back and reapply and re-get a permit to build a 5-bedroom, 5-bath house on that 102 South Caswell lot. We can get that by use by right. No one in this town wants us to build that house. That will do no one any good in this town but us. We'd rather keep the parking the way it is. As a matter of fact, several years ago, with Bruce Oakley was city manager, I offered that lot to the city as $1 a year lease if they turned it to a parking lot and opened it up for everyone. And that's where all this really started. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
David McChatty? McCarthy?
I'm Dave McCaddy at 205 East West. I'm with Laura there. I might actually ask you, I don't know if you want to come up for a second, but anyways, we just wanted to talk a little bit more about Franklin Square Park. We live right on the park. There was been all kinds of ideas on what to do. Kind of just really, one of the things we've said, and I think some other neighbors would agree with us, is keeping it as simple as possible. I mean, really, the park is beautiful now. I've heard things about putting a I guess my wife wanted me to go over just some of the landscaping. I mean, just keeping it natural, simple. Maybe adding irrigation. They had talked about. I don't want to go on with too many things, but keeping it simple. A water featured. There's a beautiful water pump that's been there forever. That could actually be turned into a fountain so easily. I mean, I've done that. You could turn anything into a fountain. So I mean, that could be a beautiful fountain. But we just think it needs to be simple. The lighting, I don't know, somehow I had said one day, the lighting's atrocious, and I meant that it was too bright. And they made it even brighter. I don't know what the lights are that they put up are nice, but they need glass in them. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. They just put some lights up and there's no glass. I do appreciate that they turned off that huge floodlight. I don't know if Todd, he probably would like it on because of, we don't want people there, but it looks much nicer. Real quick, one thing that's not on that, but it's street lights. You guys just mentioned that. I was actually going to call the city soon and say, who's in charge of lights? Somebody just put an insanely bright light right on the corner of our house. I mean, it is insane. You look out there, and I think it's daytime. It fools me. But I've also had a brain injury years ago, don't like bright lights. So I kind of would like to talk to somebody, but that is ridiculous, these bright lights that you're starting to put around the city. For one, I thought there was bright light ordinances because of our stars and stuff like that. So, but let me see, just the last thing I'll say is keep it simple, reopen it maybe for some events, like Winterfest. Was crazy. It was down here at the water. The vendors froze to death. We had to be there. We're a vendor. We had to be there at 5:30 in the morning. When it was at Franklin Square, you could show up the day before and set up, and it was wonderful. Now all of a sudden we have to be there at 5:30 in the morning. Then we had to be back at 4 o'clock to ship everything out. It really was not fair to vendors at all. So Winterfest, even if you just had 1 or 2 events back at the park, that would be one I would highly recommend. And then I guess the last thing is just the live music. It's wonderful. Fix that stage if you can. I guess they had talked about putting up some plants all the way around the park that's just going to ruin the views. And just keep it simple. There's some parking now for golf carts. Leave that. Don't get rid of that. Don't put up some huge plants all the way around where people can't see. Just keep it simple if you can. All right, thanks.
Can I ask you a quick question? That bright light you're referring to, is that a street light?
It's a street light. They just put it in. It's exactly it. Yeah, Weston College. And it was funny because there was a light that was going dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. And I was so happy. Oh my gosh. And all of a sudden I go and it's insanely bright. It's way brighter than we are right now. It is crazy. I don't know if they can even just turn it down, but it seems counterintuitive to the way the whole world is going right now, and, you know, less light at night. It's kind of crazy.
So just as a reminder to everybody, that was what I was talking about, where we reinstituted the ad hoc committee, and these three aldermen are on the ad hoc committee. So if you have comments, certainly forward to them. And we know there's an issue out there, and we're trying to address it. Okay, sir.
Christine Wright.
So I'd also like to quickly address Franklin Square Park. Christine Wright, 211 North Lord, I'm sorry. Over the last year, it seems like it's been longer, our Parks and Recreation Committee, as well as the city staff on Parks and Recreation, have spent countless hours surveying, listening to public comments without interruption, as long as we wanted to talk about the park and what did we want from it. And tonight, I think you have before you a recommendation from Parks and Recreation about that. And they have definitely done their diligence, and I hope that the aldermen will consider the recommendations without reservation and proceed with getting that park open. And I think they've done a great job of compromise and everything that's been asked. So I hope we'll recognize them and move forward and get Franklin Park open. If you haven't been by recently, today I walked through, our camellias are already blooming, even though it feels like the North Pole. So thank you.
Michael Proctor.
Good evening. I'm Michael Proctor, 312 North Atlantic Avenue. And just to let you know who I am, I was the owner of a third-generation, 100-year-old wholesale nursery. I'm past president of the North Carolina Nurserymen's Association, and I was a board member of the North Carolina Landscape Contractors Registration Board. I'd like to speak just a moment, very simply, about the park and what we can do to take care of this resource that belongs to all of us here in Southport. And my primary focus is on the fact that the city of Southport has spent, well, I've been here in the area for 60 years, but during that period we have always done one thing. We have stripped all of the organic material from the ground in the park. Now those trees and trees just like them have spent millions of years developing the ability to take care of themselves and provide themselves with everything they need. And what the city of Southport does is periodically every year make sure they go in and strip all of that out of the park. What the park needs is mulch. It needs organic material on the ground. The foliage and the drop from the trees is all vitally important to the health of any tree, and if it's going to be the city's process into the future to continually strip all of the organic material out of that area, they're going to continue to have problems with these trees. I don't believe, as a producer of trees, and I've spent my life working with trees, that the types of activities that the park has been used for in the past have been particularly damaging. Certainly any activity has some level of damage, but it's certainly not monumentally detrimental to the health of these trees. But certainly stripping all of the organic material out, it needs to be considered. We're within sight of the Atlantic Ocean. I can guarantee you the soils in this area are sand for the most part. They don't have a lot of organic material like clay, more clay soils would have. So the idea of stripping all the organic material out periodically from the park is probably the primary detriment to the park and the tree's health. And certainly I understand the aesthetic value of, but a park, especially one that depends so highly on its trees, that one process could probably lend more to the aid of the health of the trees than anything. And as far as attempting to have a more lush landscaped appearance, it's possible. We certainly have the technology to do that, but I'm certain that the Parks and Recreation Department, and probably most of the members of the board, understands the enormous expense because a lush green and grassy park is absolutely as unnatural to this environment as one can imagine. And it's going to cost a fortune to institute it, and should the board in their wisdom decide to institute this, they need to understand it will be an enormous expense into eternity. It will always, as long as, and if you spend a lot of our tax dollars today in escalating the landscape, I demand that you spend that dollar from now on. You can't put it in and then stop paying for it. It's an expense that will go on for the next board and the board after that and the board after that. If you spend the money, you've got to be prepared to follow up and continue to spend that money. No, thank you.
We have 2 emailed comments. The first is from Betsy Johnston. Tonight I'm writing in regards to Franklin Square Park. Based on the arborist reports and the facts that the park has been deemed to have the ability to stand up to 30 to 40 events per year, I feel that Franklin Park is the most central and appropriate location for the summer market, concerts, and other events as in the past years. Let's continue to hold the events there that are so enjoyed by our community while responsibly managing and maintaining the beauty and health of the park. It seems clear that both goals can be achieved. Thank you for your attention and consideration of this issue. The next is from Chris and Tina Clark. We are writing to you in regards to Franklin Square Park. Walking through the park recently, we stopped to read the engraved historical marker placed there, and it reads in part, "This site for this public park was given to the town of Smithfield, which was named in honor of Governor Benjamin Smith. His legacy provides that the land in this square shall be used for educational, fraternal, religious, and recreational purposes. Thanks to this bequeathal, the citizens of Southport have enjoyed many community events and celebrations in Franklin Square Park since the governor's donation of this beautiful piece of land many years ago. We enjoy the park and greatly appreciate the concerns and effort to protect and preserve it. The city of Southport made a financial commitment by hiring an arborist and a park consultant to evaluate the health of the trees and make recommendations regarding the best use of the park. We have attended several of Dr. Herstein's park meetings, and after reading his report and also the arborist report, we agree with Dr. Herstein's conclusion presented in his September 11th, 2024 report that over the course of a 12-month period, there will only need to be 30 to 40 organized events conducted in the park, a number which the park can successfully manage with proper maintenance and diligent management. We hope you will vote to accept the carefully considered recommendation of the Park and Recreation Board regarding the future use of Franklin Square Park. That's all.
No other speakers, sir? Okay. We added a couple of things, F and G here, and I don't think I got a chance to talk to all of you about that. The reason for that was to try it out. Actually, we did it before we got there, is to have a very quick comment about what we just heard, a public comment. In other words, we're working on it, we're doing this, we're doing that. Otherwise, what people do is they sit us They see us sitting here, stone-faced, and not replying. And a lot of people will walk out of here thinking we're not listening and we're not caring. We actually do listen, we actually do care. I've made the comment, and the board has made the comment, that if you want follow-up, to see the clerk, to make sure the clerk has your information. But I thought we'd try to see how this works. Just go down the board real quick. I'm not talking about like big debate, just if there's some comment you want to make about what you just heard. So, Alderman Mosteller? Okay. Well,
I'm not Karen, she is. You said sorry, I have nothing.
okay.
We heard you, and
okay.
we're trying to do our best. So.
Alderman Davis.
Yes, the street lights, some of them are like a sharp stick in the eye, and we're aware of that. We have a meeting on Wednesday. It's 2 o'clock, right? Okay, Indian Trail Meeting Hall, with the electric supervisor. We'll be looking at all options other than these offensive lights. And just to reassure you, we've heard you, we've also seen these lights, and we're working on it.
Alderman Kelly.
As far as the yacht basin parking goes, if all 3 owners are in agreement of what needs to happen there, I think that we should work to move quickly and get that taken care of, so it's not an ongoing process as it's been over the last several years.
Alderman Spencer.
I want to touch base, Mr. Proctor. I appreciate you coming and sharing the information. I've got a friend of mine on Cape Fear Drive that he maybe not kept his yard the best in the world, and the acorns have fallen, and he's got so many oak trees in his yard. It's crazy. So the problem with these trees and all that we love so much is we love our fine, clean yards way more than we really love the oak tree. If we would leave them alone, they would take care of themselves. But we have other pleasures that we have. So the residents of Franklin Square, of keeping it simple and letting it be more of a natural, maintained thing, because what he's just said is, well, we're not going to get rid of Franklin Square Park, so we're not going to get rid of the cost incurred in maintaining that. So whatever we can do to keep it natural and the cost under control in the future, just so we can maintain it, is very important. So I appreciate you sharing that information. He plays in a band on the stage. I would have never expected him to get up there, and so thanks for sharing. We need to hear.
Alderman Lane.
It's kind of refreshing to hear someone say, leave the mulch on the ground. The soil around here is about as terrible as you can get. About the only thing that's growing is sand spurs. But you've got to leave the mulch there to keep the moisture in. Had a conversation several months ago with a lady by the name of Amy Mead at the North Carolina State Extension Service. That's exactly what she said. So that keeps being reinforced. A lot of people just rake it away, and you've got just bare ground, and things are going to die. So that's deeply appreciated.
Can I redirect?
Absolutely.
Since I didn't speak.
Redirect?
I just wanted to play off Alderman Kelly's comment and ask that our planning director put on the planning board's agenda an overlay text amendment proposal for the planning board so we can expedite it. Oh, well, there you go. Already there.
I have a question. Why is a text amendment necessary? This is not a zoning change.
It's
This
ordinance.
is just an overlay.
But it's ordinance. It goes in.
It has
the
to be an ordinance?
It has to go in the UDO.
Okay.
I just want to thank Mr. Banks for coming in here and making sure everybody understood that within 30 minutes, a decision was made amongst 4 people standing in the middle of the parking lot that has dragged on for a while, that they all agreed to do this. There's a separate issue of historical signs and how we retell the story of what the yacht basin was about originally. In my mind, that's a separate, distinct issue, but I welcome the feedback from the planning board on what this is going to look like. And the faster the better, because if we can find the stone, it probably would be better if we could do it during the winter time when there's no parking issue down there because everybody's closed. All right, with that said,
Question, isn't this already before the planning board? Oh,
and with that, I will entertain a motion to accept the agenda as is.
So move.
I'll get that in just a second.
With the removal of item 5
Removal of-
about street lights, we want to approve it with the amendment of removing item 5 as a discussion.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor to remove item number 5. Is there a second to that motion?
second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any conversation? Not hearing any. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item number 5 is removed.
Yeah.
Larry, you're more than welcome to stay, but you're also more than welcome to go. You choose, sir. I would like to read the ethics statement. If any members know of any conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest concerning matters on the agenda, please so state at this time. Not hearing any, then there is no conflict. Obviously, if one comes up in the middle of the event, you can raise that at that point. We had a motion to remove an item, but we didn't have a motion to actually approve the agenda.
So,
Second. Any conversation? Not hearing any. All in favor, please say aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The next part is the approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve that?
So move.
There's a motion and a second. Any conversation? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? I'm just going to make one quick thing, which has been traditional from the seat from mayors in the past. The old courthouse topic was discussed, I think, last month. I think it was last month. And what it is that we thought we were going to have to spend $98,000 a year for a temporary air conditioning system for the old courthouse to stabilize it so it wouldn't decay again. And they found a cheaper way of doing it for a little over $33,000. Those air conditioning units either will stay with that building, or if we go for a bigger unit later on, those units can be moved to different buildings which we have already identified need new air conditioning units. So instead of $98,000 a year, it's a one-time $33,000, just to give you a heads up on what that was all about.
The $34,000 is for the install, it's not per year, right?
No, it's a one-time,
Okay.
cost, yeah. All right, now we're up for the agenda item number 1, which is the Cape Fear Regional Jet Update by Howie. And I'm going to ask Flick Guerrera, I always mispronounce your name, sir, to come up as well. I'm going to introduce Flick. Many of you may not know that, but we, the city of Southport, sit on the board of directors, I believe it's what it's called, isn't it? Commissioners, for the airport. And Flick is our representative. So if you have questions about the airport, you can shoot him an email or shoot Howie an email. Howie normally has come in the past and talked about the financial well-being of the airport, what it brings to it, which is what he's going to do now, the yearly update. But I want to let you know that we have a representative. He goes to all the meetings. They're open to the public. And you're certainly more than welcome to attend them if you want to. So Howie, would you please come up again? And, yes.
I'm just going to take a couple minutes of your time, introduce myself. Several of you know me. I go by Flick. My real name's Fred. I like Flick better than that. Just don't say the two words too close together. Garena and Flick together comes out as Flickarina, and I think they think I'm a ballet dancer or something if that comes out. Anyway, real quickly on my background, I was a Air Force pilot, flew everything from a little bitty 01 and up. The biggest was a T-43, 737. Flew several jet engine fighters, big old prop fighter, went to Vietnam, came back, made it back, didn't get hit. And when I moved to Southport 20 years ago, they approached me because I have a lot of civil engineering experience with airports and airfields, and they appointed me on the commission, which is, I don't know why my voice is wavering. I'm usually not that afraid in a crowd, but tonight's different. Anyway, so I won't take any more of your time other than I have civil engineering experience, flying experience, and I've had some pretty interesting life over the years. I replaced a gentleman who God, my brain has turned to mush here. Owen Garner. Owen Garner was an Air Force pilot and for many years, and he retired here in town, and they put him on the commission. The commission was created by the legislature, and it gave the commission power actually similar to a city or a town, which many people don't understand. And anyway, many years ago, we were fortunate enough to get to Howie to become the manager of the airport, very talented individual. He thinks in terms of what he does is like he did it when he was a chief master sergeant on Air Force One. And is basically is if this guy's got cookies, how am I going to get some? I'm going to be nice to him. And Howie has it figured out how to be nice to almost everyone and to try to figure out what they want, what whiskey they wanted in their cocktail, or if they needed a blanket on Air Force One or whatever. Howie's very, very good at that, but he's also a businessman, and he will tell you, and it's quite amazing how well that airport is doing in self-sufficient and bringing cash into the area. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you again, and thank you for giving us Flick. With his experience, he was involved in even building airports, and people like that, he can ask the right questions to our engineers and keeps them on their toes. He actually asks more questions than anybody else, but he asks the right questions. The airport is an independent municipality, just like the town of Southport. The only difference is we can't tax. And if we have law enforcement there full-time, we have some law enforcement that's there now from the sheriff's department, but if the day comes where we have to have law enforcement there full-time, they won't be able to give you a speeding ticket, but they can kill you. So we're, like I said, an independent municipality. I got here 31 years ago. The airport's economic impact in 1996. The North Carolina State University comes in and does an economic impact. At that time, they actually placed a person in the airport and was there for several months watching and interviewing people and things of that nature. 30 years ago, it was $40,000 a year. And we were kind of proud of that at that time. Our budget was $75,000. And we made it each year. Now the budget is now 1.6 million. We're in the black. And the economic impact study 4 years ago was $280 million. And the tax dollars going to the various towns, that means that the people that come in the airport spent $280 million. Taxes derived from that was $11 million directly into the county budget, your budget, Oak Island, St. James, that's where it's split up. Then 2 years ago, the next one, we increased the economic impact went to $380-some million, but the tax value went down to $9 million because of the pandemic, and that's the way they explained that to me. But anyway, so they just gave a new one, North Carolina State University. It's all data-driven, and the data is given where my people interview people that come in and out of the airport, ask them what they're doing here. Would they submit to a question and answer with North Carolina State? A lot of people don't want to do it. So this ridiculous number I'm going to give you could be soft. In other words, I've interviewed people, and I said, you know, what are you doing here? Would you be willing to give your name to the state? And they said, we can't do that because when people find out our company's coming here, the property values go up. So there's a lot of soft. So anyway, the latest one is $557 million the airport brings into this county a year. Tax dollars is $35 million. Tax dollars. So remember, money flies in. And we just had an example just before I came in this evening. A gentleman landed at the airport with an $83 million jet that he owns, and he manages $800 billion. He comes to your community. Him and a lot of people like that, they're not stupid people. That means you all are geniuses. Seriously. So we like to invite you now. The other thing about the airport, economic impact is strong. We're real proud of that. But we're a public service first, economic engine second. Public service, in case of an emergency, a couple of years ago when we became an island in the area, we brought in 250 aircraft giving out goods and services. Just the latest hurricane that hit up in North Carolina, we sent over 200 airplanes with goods and services that the people in the community has delivered. I talked to other airport directors and other aviation directors in different states like Louisiana. I said, do your general aviation airports become an asset? And he was aggressive. Are you kidding me? It's a first priority. We want to find out who's got power, who's got fuel, and we start moving goods and services in and out. Because the roads are shut down, you can't do it. So your GA airports are a tremendous public service. We have medical airvacs that go in and out of there. I've seen as many as 12 in a week and as less as one a day or one a week. But they're coming in. We had a young boy that hit his head on a piling while he was tubing on the intercoastal. We were able to vacuum out to Duke immediately, and he was able to save. We have the wildlife people use us. The military use us. We'll say this about, you hear the Osprey helicopter. You know, I was in the Air Force. I still feel sorry for the Marine Corps. They always get screwed. They can't sneak up anybody with that helicopter, can they? I want you to know they don't just come here. They go all over the state. And Asheville is probably one of the biggest places where they go because of the mountainous terrain. Those pilots have to train. And they're young kids. I mean, they look like junior high school kids to me. And they have to train at night, they have to train, and they know that they make a lot of racket, so they'll go to Kinston, and they'll go up and down the whole coast. They rotate that around. They don't just come here. But when they come here, my chairman of my board is Mr. Willie Gore, who grew up here, and he was a full colonel, 82nd Airborne, and he said, that's the sound of freedom. That's his opinion. Now, I just say one thing about Willie Gore. He's one of the greatest people I've ever worked for, and Mr. Flick will agree with that. 1000%. The gentleman is very intelligent with common sense. A lot of times you don't get both of those together. The only other difference, he was an officer. I was enlisted. He was a full colonel, one of the highest officer rank other than general. I was the highest enlisted rank in the military. The only other difference was his jump pay was $120 a month, and my flight pay to stay in the airplane was $450. We remind them of that once in a while. Anyway, I'd like to invite you out to the airport. The press is going to do a press release on it. We're number 4 out of 62 airports in the whole state. Winston-Salem's number 1. Kinston is number 2, and Kinston is that global airport that they were trying to develop, and they developed it many years ago. It's finally taken off. It's got C-130 maintenance shops there. It's got 95 jets there. Now, so Kinston's number 2. Mount Airy is number 3, and because they have executive business jets that's in now there, we're working hard to get some based here. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, if one Gulfstream 650 bases their airplane at your airport, and they make less noise than the parachuters because they're in and out, one jet based at your airport will do the same tax value as 30 front row houses. That's value. That's why the legislator supports the airport. They send us grants, and they expect a return. They didn't do it because they like us. So, any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And thank you, Flick. The next item is item number 2, the rezoning and PUD modification for Caves Cove subdivision. Maureen?
Good evening, Mayor and Board of Aldermen. This evening, we are revisiting the Plan Unit Development Modification and Rezoning for Cades Cove subdivision. So as you know, that the Cades Cove Homeowners Association is requesting a rezoning and modification of their Plan Unit Development Master Plan to dedicate the streets as private and add a gate to their entrance and exits off Robert Rourke Drive. There was a duly advertised public hearing at your last meeting of December 12th and followed by board questions and discussions with applicant and staff. As we spoke, and we know that the streets are private in the sense that the city has not accepted the offer of dedication. Therefore, they are classified as public vehicular areas, which allow traffic enforcement, but it's limited. So it includes for reckless driving, endangerment, driving under the influence. But we want to make sure that we reiterate that as with any other city property, the full police, fire, and EMS protection is provided to the homes and homeowners of that subdivision and community. And if it is granted the ability to install a gate, that will not change. There will still be full police and public safety protection allowed. Wanted to make sure there were some questions about that after the meeting that were brought up, so we wanted to make sure that that was brought up and clarified that yes, there will still be gate or no gate, full protection of the community. So this is just a short, brief summary of the proposal. And so I just want to say that as stated at the public hearing, staff found that the project was inconsistent with the 2014 CAMA Land Use Plan and the Unified Development Ordinance because it was going to be cutting off the interconnectivity within the neighborhood. And the Planning Board has recommended denial of the rezoning and modification of the Master Development Plan. So I will leave it up for your discussion now. If you have any questions, the applicant is here, and I'm happy to help.
Alderman Mostel, is your light on because you have a question?
Yeah.
No. Are there any questions?
I don't have a question, I have a comment. Are we at the question stage only, or you're entertaining comments?
I think we're at the question stage right now. We're asking questions of Maureen.
Okay. Is she there? Oh, okay. In the recommendation in your comments, you said that interconnected streets provide safe and efficient routes that function independently and ensure adequate access for emergency and service vehicles. Are you are aware that the Cades Cove residents have already made provisions for emergency?
Yes, I was aware that they have included that as part of their proposal, yes.
So that would be a non-issue, is that correct?
You could state that. I think that that's a different way, that there may be some hindered reaction times. They say that there won't be. I mean, I doubt it. All of those gates are going to have the siren initiated opening, so I think that you could say both
You
ways.
also
Yes.
said that further, they promote multiple modes of transportation, such as walking and biking. The gate that we have seen described to us has bike and walking access. It's just a vehicular, a gate that prevents vehicular access, and it is only at Robert Ruark. There's easy biking and walking from the other access. So there's no preventing people from coming into Cades Cove on foot or on bicycle or a golf cart. Horse? Maybe not. I don't know. At any rate, so I see that these concerns are non-issues. And it just, my view on this is, if it's not trespassing, it is almost such, because these roads, we have required the people, the residents of Cades Cove, to pay for everything, to keep their roads up, to take care of the drainage. And every car that goes over those roads does something to the roads. So we are saying to them, it's not our property, we're not paying anything to keep it up, but you have to let us drive on your roads, that you are required to pay all the cost of our using your roads. That's just unfair.
I never said that.
What?
I never said that.
I didn't say you did.
You said we said that.
No.
You said we've told them that they have to do that, and I never said that. I don't know that this board has ever said that.
Well, if we don't allow the gate, that is effectively what we're saying.
I'm certainly willing to take over those streets.
I'm not. We can't afford it. We got already got huge costs facing us. I'm not willing to take over that expense. We've said we didn't want to.
We the city.
We the city.
Not the seven of us.
Not
Okay, correct. That's correct.
So we got two issues then. Do we allow the gate and let them continue to maintain the roads at their own expense? Or do we take over the roads and then that becomes a completely public road and there's no gate? I think that we can't afford to take over the roads, and I think that it's unfair to force them to have to put up with all of the hardships that they very, very clearly described that have resulted from the massive amount of traffic.
I have some comments. I don't necessarily, Mo, I don't have a question. And I want to start off by saying I appreciate the amount of work that the Cades Cove community has put into trying to solve the issues with infrastructure. In addition to whatever expenses have been associated with Cades Cove's infrastructure, in 2018, the HOA committed $400,000 to resolve these issues. And I noticed in the notes, referring to the notes that we were given by the association, that in 2018, there was discussion with the city manager and the city planner, but it said no action was taken to accept Majesty's Court, Lord Thomas, and North Caswell Court. I don't know why these discussions did not go further at that time. I don't have that information, but we need to move forward. I do believe that it is incumbent on the city to work out a plan with the HOA to accept these streets. The reasoning offered by the HOA in the packet to gate the community states that Cade Code would like to remain an active part of the Southport community, and cut through traffic has posed pedestrian concern, safety concern for members of the community. I certainly understand that concern. Pedestrian safety is a citywide concern, not exclusive to your neighborhood. We all have those concerns. And all over town, more people walk in the road than walk on our sidewalks. So we're all in that bucket. As far as, and I won't get into, unless we want to discuss it later, just the specifics of the design of your roads are actually really good compared to most everything else, right, in town, and I'll skip past that. But going on, taking into consideration, and I think part of what the planning director was mentioning in the packet was that taking into consideration the effects of the community at large, in 4.8B3, the UDO recognizes the importance of street connectivity and states, the Board of Aldermen hereby determines that an interconnected street system is necessary in order to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, in order to ensure that streets will function in an interdependent manner to provide adequate access for emergency and service vehicles, to enhance non-vehicular traffic, and to provide continuous and comprehensive traffic routes. Non-vehicular travel would include pedestrians, bikes, and golf carts. And because we know that golf carts have become an important part of how citizens move through Southport. And they provide different levels of opportunity for people, for mobility issues, for seniors, and of which I'm one, and people with disabilities. So I want to say I have spent a lot of time driving and looking and trying to make sure what I could understand. It is no accident that Cades Trail lines up directly across from Forest Oaks Drive. The UDO states that street layout within a subdivision shall be coordinated with the existing street system of the surrounding area. The link between Cades Trail and Forest Oaks Drive provides Southport Way and Bonnet's Way neighborhoods important interconnectivity within our community. It is consistent with our planning documents. The original subdivision was approved based on these roads being public with connectivity to Robert Ruark. And the city needs to work with the Cades Cove community to facilitate the original plan to accept these roads, which would then also hopefully include street lights as well, because those are paid for other neighborhoods. So that's, for now, that's what I've...
Addition to the table, any comments, thoughts?
We've talked about the cost of what it would take for these streets to come up to our standards, and it's a lot. I mean, we're talking about not an insignificant amount of money.
I don't think we know that answer, because what I was going to suggest is, I'm prepared to make a motion, and I want to include within my motion that we need to suss this out, and I think the city has a role to play in that. Because I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, and then we can discuss it.
Wait till we're all done talking, okay?
Oh, okay, well then.
Discussion happens after the motion.
Okay, you can, if you want to make a motion. You can.
Because within my motion, I want the city, culpability with the city for some things. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
If you want to make a motion, go right ahead.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to accept the Planning Board's recommendation to deny the PUD map amendment and master development plan as presented, and approve the consistency statement for denying the amendment, and ask that the Cades Cove HOA consider submitting a formal request for the streets to be accepted. Additionally, upon receipt of a request for the streets to be accepted, The city will schedule and fund a CCTV stormwater system review, and the city engineer will inspect the streets to determine if they are constructed to the minimum city standards. The review of the streets should include an evaluation of the streetlights for future acceptance as well. And again, the city needs to prioritize working with Cades Cove on this.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Now there's discussion.
So I have, honestly, like you, Alderman Mosteller, I don't know what the number is.
Right, we don't.
If I have been told that number, I apologize, but I have never heard a number about how much it would cost to get Cades Cove straight. When I ran for office this last time, just trying to be straight honest and common sense, that if we could not come to an agreement, that they deserve to be able to protect themselves. But we don't, it doesn't seem like we've worked on any kind of agreement. And so it's interesting. I would like to know how much, because it's not the, and the problem is it's not the only subdivision. We'll be setting precedent, but we'll be cleaning up problems as well. So I'm open to hear some more about what you're talking about.
Well, I think, I remember at least one time, the Public Services Director talking to us, Public Works Director talking to us about those streets and why they are not city streets, and giving us a general idea about the cost, both initially, because it's not just the paving, it's the configuration, the curves, all of those things that make it a standard street by our standards and state street standards. But we get back to, I think, is this something that we can even afford to consider at this point? We are going to be under the gun on our coming budget, and the public should be aware. We have tremendous expenses facing us, and it's going to be hard to hold the budget and hold it down, frankly. And taking on the additional expense of a neighborhood's streets. There are 100 residents in Cades Cove, and that's a lot of street to be concerned about. And you know, the Cades Cove was developed 15 years ago, I believe. Just about 15 years ago, maybe just a little bit more. And Southport was really different then. Now we've got whatever the vast development of Indigo 2 is going to be, Osprey Landing, and it's naive to think that many of those cars are not going to choose to cut through Cades Cove. And they are not denying any kind of personal or pedestrian access. This is not like they're saying we are a private enclave. They're not looking to look for your ID card before you can get in, like other areas, another area that we know of. I just think this is a basic fairness issue, as a fairness to the taxpayers of Southport, you know, for the ideal of connectivity, which I don't think actually applies in this case. For the ideal of connectivity, we are being unfair to the taxpayers if the way to do that is to take on the huge expense of those streets.
Unfair is not doing our due
I'm
diligence.
sorry,
Excuse me. Yes, sir.
Can I get this side of the table, please? Alderman Kelly.
Thank you. I tend to agree that we need to go one way or the other. We either need to have a plan to move forward to accept these streets, or we need to allow for Cades Cove to gate themselves and protect themselves. Because as Alderman stated, we're looking at huge development that is potentially going to be going through that area. I know that the Indigo Phase 2, with the new name, has a large artery that will go somewhere from Robert Rourke through to Indigo Plantation Drive, somewhere in there when you look at the maps. There will be a large artery going to connect through there, but we don't know exactly where that's going to come out and where it connects on the other side. I think that we have to provide a solution for Cades Cove, whether one way or the other. I think that we just need to help them have a resolution. And I think that if finding the cost is our barrier for accepting the streets, then that's the next step. And I don't know that I would want to, I would perhaps table what we have in front of us for them right now and find out what the cost is and then come back to this rather than vote on something that would take this off of our current path.
I don't think that, I apologize.
I wait till the end of you, then I'm going to speak.
Okay, all right. So a couple of things. That indigo plantation that everybody's been were so opposed to, that's now rammed down our throats, has connectivity. They are not gated. So
could you put that up there, please? Can you put the slide up? I was anticipating this.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, perfect, thank you. It has connectivity. It's allowing for traffic to actually, and I guarantee you, they're going to have the same problem that Cades Cove has come to us tonight with. They're going to have the very same issues because those that live in Indigo proper today will use Robert Rourke in the future. I promise that. So what are we going to do then?
Well, I have a question for you. What is the connectivity? I can't see the board clearly enough. And people from coming down Robert Rourke would go in, where's Robert Rourke?
It's at the top.
Robert Rourke's there, and then they'd go all through there and get to...
It's a straight road all the way down to Indigo Plantation Road.
Okay, so it's a...
So they can get out if they had to, if it was blocked.
Okay. And they're going to make these public roads, is that correct? Has they said that? All right. Good to know that.
Yeah, so, and then just a little bit more, Alderman Davis, I appreciate fairness. And I think that this board strives really, really hard to offer that. I think that unfair is making a decision without doing our due diligence. And what Alderman Mosteller has suggested is allowing us to do that. So if we get to a point and it's going to be some ridiculous amount of money for us to repair these streets and bring them up to standards, I'm not going to go along with that. But there's too many other issues. The board today, and I appreciate that y'all are good people, and we're so happy to have y'all in the community as a part of this place, and as volunteers, as Rick said. I mean, we're grateful, we're thankful, and we're fortunate. But in the future, I don't know who might move into that community. And I don't know who might decide that a second gate is actually needed. And I don't know who might say, you know what, we're going to get the hell out of here before this place floods, and we're not going to worry about that gate.
So the gate, the issue of the gate, on the mechanics of it, as Rick had stated earlier, he's trying to work it out that they don't actually have to open it, that the first responders would open it, not with their siren, but remotely for that. So that issue, I think they're working to try to resolve it. If the gate didn't open, for whatever reason didn't open, that road would still be open to them. Brady has in front of him a document from another development asking not for a gate, but for discussions on private roads that we are dumping more traffic on. There's 3 of them in this community. There's Cades Cove, there's the Hammocks, and there's Price's Creek. All all of these things, I must have a learning disability on this topic because I can't get it into my head. Everything that's been said about what's on our plat map to have connectivity, that's predicated on the city taking over the roads. It's predicated on that topic, and it never happened. And we could sit here for hours talking about past boards and what action. Case Cove was a learning experience. I don't know that anybody, I'm not blaming anybody before that. We thought builders, I guess we thought builders were honest, and they're not all that way, okay? There are honest ones. The ones that built my development is honest. But my point is that we didn't learn from Caves Cove. We didn't change anything. We didn't go and change the UDO. No one was there. We just slept, not us, this board, we slept through 16 years of nothingness. We could have changed it that you couldn't sell a lot until the streets came up. Not the certificate of occupancy. Because if the certificate of occupancy is, when Rick bought his house, we said, oh, you can't move into your house because the road's on up. Then that's stuck on the buyer of the house, who has no idea because his realtor certainly didn't tell him that that's what was going to happen. So all of this, we have sat here. So the city of Southport, in my mind, has some culpability to this whole thing because we never changed anything. And so we have, I'm kind of leaning towards what Alderman Kelly just said. We table it till we get the number to figure out what it is, as opposed to denying the request. But, so we have 2 other developments that are going to then ask for us to pay for their streets. Maybe we have that. I can't figure out how we're going to pay the $900,000 for the dredging that may come up this year. We don't have that money. We don't have that money. And we just, not the feds, we can't print it. The city has chosen up until this point, no one's brought this thing together to say, we got to get out of this business of allowing the developers to do that. If that even means we have to go and camp out in Raleigh, I'm willing to go do that. But somewhere, some long way along the line, we gotta grow up and say we can't have any more of this nonsense because we simply can't afford to take over the streets. We have people who have claimed that they have bores samples taken and paperwork is missing. They're missing it. We're missing it. We don't know what's going on. I sat through this whole last weekend on that kind of topic on another development. I came into this room tonight thinking that I was in favor of the gate, and I'm still in favor of the gate, but I'm not that I'm going to vote. I probably am not going to vote on this, but I think Alderman Kelly's suggestion is we table it until we figure out what the cost is, as opposed to denying it, and somewhere down the line we figure out what the cost is, because we have not moved on this topic at all. That's my 2 cents.
I think all around town, we're forcing traffic to places people don't want it. All around town. We put a park at the end of East Nash, traffic goes down East Nash. Traffic that never existed on East Nash.
East Nash is a public road. If their roads were public,
not doing anything.
I would not get my vote for the gate.
And they were designed to be public. That's the issue. So.
No, they weren't.
That's not true. They are certainly designed to be public.
We haven't accepted them. We haven't accepted them.
We accepted the community with it in mind. So, the people on Stewart, on Fodale, they deserve to be protected the same way. But because they're on public streets, they get a speed hump and good luck.
By your reasoning, then, you're saying that, streets that are not public should be should be forced to allow the public to use them.
I'm saying that we take over the streets. I'm saying that we do the research, we know what we're talking about, and we go forward with that.
Two major thoughts. One, you bring up abandonment. Yeah, wow, these people, Robert did. Robert brought up abandonment. Hey, the current occupants of Cades Cove are responsible people, but how do we know in the future that they will be, okay? And they will honor the obligation, okay? 20 years ago, the initial developer dedicated the streets as public right-of-way. That developer went out of business. The subsequent developer didn't change that dedication. So here we are, 20 years later, trying to pick up the city of Southport that did absolutely nothing to facilitate a transaction other than throw more traffic into one of our residential developments. The other thing that the developers did, and this is something that you have to pay even more attention, is the developers dedicated the streets to the city of Southport for a 15-year term. 4 of those 9 dedications have expired. So you can't take over those 4 sections even if you tried without our concurrence, okay? And that includes the intersection at Cades Trail and Robert Ork. That is expired. The terminus of Lord Thomas into Waterway or Indigo Phase 2, that is expired as well, okay? Our council has said expired means expired. We're trying to come up with a successful resolution that the aldermen can then develop strategies to prevent this from ever happening again. Our give is we'll pay for the streets, but we need the flexibility to control the volumes because it's not just wear and tear, it's safety. You incrementally throw more traffic into a residentially designed street, you're enhancing the risk. Spend your time trying to fix the major arteries like Rob Gandy, Jabbertown, Rourke, and Howe to facilitate the exodus of people from the city of Southport. Make that your priority.
Rick, I just want to address something because I'm a little, I don't know how we threw more traffic into your community.
You approved Osprey. You approved, county approved Indigo. County approved Harper Acres, which is 15 more houses that are going to be directly across from Southport Way. The backups on how that residual issue that hasn't been addressed, particularly in light of flooding when we only have 2 major ways into town. I was here for PTC 8, I was here for Florence. There were only 2 ways and they were both washed out. Fix that problem. That's loss of life. That's why we said, hey, in the event of an emergency, we'll set up a mechanism and work with the chiefs, work with Chief Drew, Chief Coring, to make sure we can get people out of here and keep them safe.
Indigo,
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Indigo and Osprey were vacant when that was developed. We didn't throw that. The good Lord, if you believe in that, put that land there.
But again, every people has different things. The planning director believed that, hey, you should have known that they were going to develop Indigo. Yet the promoter, Cardinal Builders, when most of us bought our house, said, hey, that's environmental wetlands, it'll never be built, okay? And that was the condition of sale. Much like, Ms. Sharkey, Mr. Whitley a couple of weeks ago said, hey, we bought our house not thinking it was going to be private. I bought my house thinking they weren't going to build out Indigo, Robert. So what we're trying to do here is this is 2024. The first PUD was 2004. It's been 20 years that this has been residual, and we're stepping up saying, let's fix it, and let's come up with standards you can apply to other neighborhoods.
So there is another safety issue that our planning director made mention of, and that is the people who cut through are trying to save time. I don't know if it's your experience, but my experience is a lot of people who are trying to save time don't always actually stop at stop signs. And there's no way to enforce the people running through their development on a stop sign violation. That's unfortunate, but that's the way the state statute is written. Unless the chief corrects me, and certainly Chief Coring correct me, the two charges are reckless driving and DWI. So if you don't fit those two, you just blast through a stop sign, that's it. They can't write that ticket. We have to keep that in mind, that because they were not taken over, you can speed into a certain degree, and where does it fall into reckless, and stop signs, if you swerve, cars have to swerve, well, that's reckless, but if there's no car there, you just blast through. Maybe that could be interpreted as reckless, but I don't know that it would be. So we need to keep that in mind, because without that gate there, as more traffic comes down and more people cut through, that to me is the overarching safety issue, not the safety issue that we all are going to experience. I'm going to experience an Indigo Plantation Road, because that little circle down there is going to dump a lot of people on a little 2-lane road that hasn't been paved since 1985. But that's an inherent risk that we have. But here, somebody could enforce reckless driving, speeding, all stop signs, all of that at that little circle. They can't do it in their neighborhood.
And that's why I think that they need to be city roads. So that for enforcement, so that you have enforcement, so you can have full enforcement.
We can come to the answer that I think you would like to know what the answer is by following Alderman Kelly's recommendation that we table this and find out what the cost is. Because having pie-in-the-sky hopes of we'll take over the roads, if it's going to be $2 million, unless we're having a cake sale, I'm not sure how we're going to get the $2 million.
Well, and the only other concern with that is setting the precedent that way, where we take on the cost of getting the roads up to the acceptable level for us to then accept them, because that is a really bad precedent to set in the other direction as well.
You're going to have the two other neighborhoods clamoring to do the same thing.
We don't know the answer. They've had a huge amount of work done. We don't know the answer to any of them. I don't know.
So if we table it and we come back and we have an answer to that, we can entertain your motion at that time if this whole board thought either we're going to pay for it or they can pay for it or we come to some kind of resolution. But we should be able to get an answer to this, I would hope, within the February meeting.
Well, CCTV, I don't know that, do we have anybody here that? Our engineer. I don't know that we can get that done in that time.
You're talking about for the stormwater?
Correct.
Is the stormwater still an issue?
It is to the city engineer.
It's on the list.
Yeah, the number one thing on the list the city provided us is we had to pay to do a CCTV inspection of the stormwater system that I remind you is 20 years old and we didn't put it in, okay? So why are we again paying the freight for that? Because we've already spent over $300,000 to repair cheap installation.
Well,
make the focus, how do we put
You're
rules?
not alone in this. There's another development that sent their CCTV stuff to us in April. And now we're telling them they have to do it again because September 16th happened, and because we didn't act on the April review of it, they have to do it again. So there's a lot of stuff here that's blowing my brain out.
Yeah, and I would ask, who is developing standards for new developers coming in? What's the size of bond that these people should be posting? What requirements to inspect their stormwater system so 20 years down the road, we're not having to pay the freight for it?
Well, one of the things is that the UDO was updated in 2020. It is little comfort for you But we now do not, before they can go on to build houses and we accept the final plat, all of those inspections have to take place. That infrastructure has to go in. And so I do want to recognize that the city did learn, unlike was said earlier, the city did learn, and when we updated the UDO, which took 2 years, so it started in 2018 and got adopted in September of 2020, so that this situation we have it in the UDO differently now. There are not bonds, and all of that is not part of the process.
I was just going to say that we don't allow performance bonds anymore. All the infrastructure has to be installed prior to the final plat.
I think just the point here for me is the whole issue of connectivity is so that lots of cars can go through. It is not to prevent people. What the Cades Cove is asking for is not that people, bicycles, and so on are prevented from entering their neighborhood. It is only vehicles. And the people who live there can get in and out easily by their plan. They already have it set up so that there's no problem with opening up, so that if it's considered another access to get out of town in case of flooding or any other disaster, that's all set. Emergency vehicles can get in, law enforcement, that's already established that there's no problem there. But we're sitting here talking about spending more money that we do not have to spend. Why are we doing that? Just so that we can achieve the ideal of connectivity, and that's only vehicle connectivity,
Golf carts?
not people connectivity.
Golf carts? We want to push golf carts to the intersection of Robert Ruark and House Street?
I'm not following you.
I'm just saying,
I
we're
don't
talking about...
understand your question.
I'm asking, you're talking about cars, but golf carts are, for many, a primary mode of transportation in the city of Southport now. So our neighborhoods along Robert Ruark will be forced to the intersection of Howe and Robert Ruark. No, so golf carts can pass by your gates.
Yeah, they showed us that already. I mean,
Where was I?
I don't know. Did you go to the bathroom?
And I'm not trying to not, I just want y'all to know, I value all of this conversation. But long-term, the idea about connectivity is healthy community. That's what connectivity is healthy community. So it's not just an ideal. It has real planning purpose. And so much so that it's in our UDO, the value that we as the Board of Aldermen value interconnectivity. That's written in our UDO. So what I really think that we need to consider the long-term effects of things and what it means. And do you want me, in an effort to move forward?
Remove the denial.
Rebecca, I will reframe my motion and table. Mo, is there any limit on how long things can be tabled from an application? Brady.
Yeah, I looked at that. I didn't see any limitations
Okay,
there are for
because
subdivisions.
I want us to be thorough about our conversation the next time.
I looked through the PUD and the just general rezonings, and I didn't see any sort of
any
X amount of
obligation.
meetings.
Okay.
So I do think, to the extent that you don't want to wait another 10 months, the board changes that type. I know that you guys probably want an answer. So
I'm just wanting to get all the information we need. Okay, so I'll reframe my motion to say that we would table the decision regarding the PUD map amendment and the master plan, development plan as presented, and then go on to ask that, but see, part of this, us looking at the CCTV and all of that is with the understanding that the Cades Cove would consider submitting the formal request to get the roads accepted. So I don't know, we just don't take them over, there has to be a request. And I don't know, truthfully, I don't know what the process was.
Let me, if I could interject on that. So we have met with Mr. Jones with staff and the engineering staff to explain the steps for acceptance. There's a very clear outline of steps. The first one is, because these are private roads, not city roads, CCTV work to show the status of the stormwater, which affects the roads. Further steps include that the roads are up to standards for acceptance, then they can petition to the city. Now, we've explained that these are private roads and city doesn't pay for the CCTV work. Typically, the developer, before they completed the work, they would have done that. So that would be to assume, for the city to assume that responsibility. There are other subdivisions who would like the same treatment, I can assure you. Thank you.
Well, given our screw up, not this board's, but previous boards, given that screw up, I made the suggestion at our last meeting that we do that. So I appreciate your comments. Not sure what value that brought, but this is something for us to consider at this table right now.
Sure.
So if I reframe my motion, it would include a request for the streets to be accepted. The city would then schedule and fund a CCTV stormwater system review, and the city engineer will inspect the streets to determine if they're constructed to minimum city standards. The review of the streets should include an evaluation also of the street lights. So that would be my motion.
So we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
So you are saying we're going to accept the streets? I would like to hear from...
No, I'm saying we're going to work to that end, yes. I am saying work to that end.
Do we know if they will request that we accept them?
I don't know. He said no.
Then why, I guess I'm naive in this, Maureen, why is this even a conversation? Like why, if we can't accept them without them offering them to us, why'd we get here?
The subdivision had come forward previously requesting that they be accepted, and they were not accepted. We know that. But it has to come to the Board of Aldermen.
It came to the board,
Yes.
know what, when?
I'm pretty sure it did. Okay, I'll find that out. I'll find that information.
Because I looked through minutes. I
Okay.
couldn't find anything.
We know that.
Well, okay.
We know that answer. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. They came in 2018 to Bruce Oakley, who was the city manager at the time, and to, oh Lord, I'm forgetting his name, the city planner, Thomas Lloyd, okay? We asked the city to do a search of files to find what they could find. The file they found was a Cades Cove document by our secretary at the time that indicated they wouldn't accept the streets unless they were brought to DOT standards. However, they told him at the time, Majesty's Court, North Caswell, and that section of Lord Thomas, those were acceptable. Now, 6 years later, 4 city managers later, that's no longer acceptable. So, as time has gone on, we've been tracking the expiration of the dedications of these streets. The original developer did. And our current community overwhelmingly says the streets are no longer available to you. We're coming here, helping the city of Southport, and we're willing to be a case history that Southport can learn from and change what best practices are. So we're not offering the streets. And if you came to us and said, we'd like to take them, 4 out of 9 dedications have already expired. And at that point, you know, then we're talking attorney to attorney in appellate court.
Was there a vote that you can tell us the numbers of how many people in the community said yes and no? Did you take a vote, or?
Yes, we had to amend our articles of incorporation, Mark, to allow the addition of streets as common property. That in turn allows the board of directors to make assessments for the maintenance of those. We did that ballot in September of 2022. Within 30 days, 90 out of 99 households responded, and the result was 83 households in the affirmative, 7 houses in the negative. Again,
Maureen, and I apologize, because this is like saying yes to a marriage proposal that you didn't receive. I mean, I don't.
So
I'm really confused about this. I don't understand this process.
So when the subdivision is approved, preliminary plat, the developer and the community will come and say, we want private streets, we want public streets, with the understanding that once all of the infrastructure has been installed and up to the standards that are required, then they would come to the city and request for the city to take over the roads. That's just the process that has been laid out statutorily. So that's the process. We are here now today because now at the preliminary plat stage, they were dedicated as public, and they would like to have private roads to include the gate.
How long until
And
the
they
rest
already
of them
have
expire?
4 private roads, is that right? Is it 4 or 5?
4 of the 9 have expired.
Okay, so those are already private roads, and we've just heard they're not going to ask that they be public. And isn't one of them one of the roads that's used for cut-through?
Yes, the main entrance, yeah.
So you have a right to put a gate there anyway.
I need to go down to this end of the table every so often.
When do the additional dedications expire?
One more expires in 2026, then 3 more on 2028, and one last one in 2029. In your packet, and it was the same packet as the planning board, is a map of Cades Cove that shows each of the sections and handwritten what the expiration date is.
Okay.
Go ahead.
To say we have a problem here is a gross understatement. It goes all the way back to when Cades Cove was developed. The developers did a number on you guys twice. There's no doubt about that. You've spent a tremendous amount of money trying to rectify the situation. The city, asking the city to go in and spend a lot of money, we don't have the money, so where's it coming from? I think we need some more data, as Alderman Kelly has said, to really kind of wrap our arms around this thing and see where it's going. Regardless, somebody's going to be spending a lot of money to handle this. That just as an aside, totally different. When that road comes through from Ruark all the way over to Indigo Plantation Drive, I'm already getting the breath beat out of me because I was foolish enough to be the president of that association over there. People are screaming and yelling at me, we're going to have headlights shining into our house. I'll be darned, cars coming down the highway and you're going to have headlights. Imagine that. But that's a total aside. But again, you don't want to keep putting things off and putting them off. And I think you have to have all the facts in front of you to make a decision that is fair to the people of Cades Cove, that's fair to the people of Southport who are here now and who are going to be here down the road.
All right, let's. Whoa.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were.
I'm going to take my time. Rick, and I don't know if this has been a topic of discussion, and this is like a 180 from where my head has been, but it's also part of my heartburn with regards to this.
I have Tums in my pocket if you need one.
Thank you, sir. Would the community entertain, in fact, 2 gates?
Yeah, that was brought up at the planning board meeting, and we said at the time that we would consider 2 gates. However, we felt the 2-gate solution really worked against connectivity. So to the extent that we can support connectivity, we began this process 15 months ago when we submitted our first PUD amendment in October based on input given to us by Travis Henley, okay? So, and then we were told, how long is it going to take? And I'd go into community meetings, and they say, Rick, how long is this going to take? And they said, well, the city staff needs 60 days, the planning board needs 90 days, the Board of Aldermen need 90 days. Yeah, we're in month 15 right now, going to a table, and I just want to reiterate, we came to the Board of Aldermen with what we believe is a win-win solution, okay? Where we'll take on responsibility, because there's still huge issues of what is meant by private, okay? You say our streets are private right now. No, they're not. They're public right away. Tom Z on December 12th, when you asked him, Robert, were the Cades Cove stormwater systems reviewed when the city did its audit? And he said, partially, okay? Our residents said, hey, Rick, does that mean that we could now pay our taxes next year partially? Okay? So, you know, what is private? What is public? We're 100% full public citizens paying full freight to the city of Southport and to Dozier. So let's find a win-win here. We're offering up what we think is a very easy win-win solution. And I'd like to see time spent on thinking about how do we make that even better.
Do you have your gate guy here? You had him at the last meeting. I want to.
I do. I have several gate guys here.
Okay, I want to understand the functionality of going through the community from downtown to Smithfield Woods. If I get to the gate at Robert Ruark, what happens?
What mode of transport are you in?
A car.
Car? You're going to turn around and go back once. If you are living in Smithfield Woods, you will become acclimated to know that no longer is Cades Cove a pass-through to get to a development that, if we remind you, is now in the former ETJ, is now county. And so those people are not paying full taxes to maintain the streets. We pay full taxes, plus we pony up, our residents pony up to maintain the streets.
But we do have 2 neighborhoods that pay taxes that are on the other side of Robert Ruark.
Perhaps
Well,
Cades
more.
Cove
Osprey, we have more.
Perhaps Cades Cove could offer to sell passes to those folks so they can help cover the cost of their streets.
$20 a month. What we talked about, $240 a year. What's that convenience worth to you? And we still run the P&L. We still have the head of our financial reserve study with us here again tonight. So, you know, we manage it. But really, do we want to is this setting up easy passes in the city of Southport? Or are you jeopardizing what Travis Henley told us is one of the premier neighborhoods in Southport? He said, every development in Southport should look like Cades Cove. And this perpetual behavior is only going to work to denigrate one of your nicer neighborhoods. That's not fixing the long-term connectivity issue by letting neighborhoods like ours bear the brunt of a lot of it. Not all of it, but quite a bit.
Well, also in this discussion of connectivity, there is the fact that I don't live in Cades Cove, but I can drive in. If they have the gate at Robert Ruark, I can still go in. I can visit friends in Cades Cove, drive around, or sometimes just drive around and look at it because it's a beautiful community, and then go back out the way I came. Does connectivity only apply to enter at point A and leave at point B? I don't think so. I think it includes being able to enter at point A, drive around, and then go back out point A.
What do you think about 2 gates?
Vehicles? I haven't thought about that, but I think that the issue for Cades Cove is the cut-through, which I've been guilty of. Back when I've confronted cars backed up past the hospital to get through just down to Robert Rourke Drive and out, I've cut over and gone through and then whipped around. It's like going through your thumb to get to your elbow.
I'd pay $240 a year for a pass to cut through.
But the thing is,
does anybody want to have a conversation about 2 gates? I mean, it makes sense to me. No, I know.
It's not our decision because gates going to cost them a lot of money, but it means enough to them for safety in their community to cut out the ability to go all the way through their community and out. Come in, they're welcoming people in one way. Why deny that? They're just saying you can't make this a speedway, a thoroughfare to get from point A to point B or B to point A.
Then Robert, they just put up signage that says no through traffic and dead end or something to that effect, so people don't try to do the cut through anymore.
The learning curve would be short, trust me. You just put the signs up that says dead end. You have that now as you go down, what is that, Lord Street? If you go beyond their cut to the left, there's a sign that says dead end. You know it's a dead end.
Yeah, we have streets that say no through traffic and people ignore it. To us, the 2-gate solution, we offered it if it got us to yes, okay? Didn't mean we liked it, because it's how do you evaluate what exactly does connectivity mean? Again, connectivity is vehicular, pedestrian, bicycles, horse carts, you name it. All we're trying to do is the wear and tear and the safety risks come from the people who run the stop signs, who flip off our local residents when they ask them to slow down or to stop, okay? No, it happens all the time. It happens all the time. The day after the public hearing, I get a phone call at 10 o'clock in the morning from 2 of our residents in the late 70s. Somebody ran the stop sign in Majesty's Court and Lord Thomas. They put their hands up like this. They were greeted by the proverbial singular finger. So we see that all the time because you can't legislate good manners, okay? Bad manners comes with who you are. But good citizenship is trying to come up with collaborative solutions. So that's why we really don't like the 2nd gate option, because it cuts down the connectivity. People can come and go around the pond and look at the neighborhood and get building ideas for, hey, these people have a gate to keep their dogs back on their front porch. That's a neat idea. Maybe we can do that.
Why the gate there on Ruark as opposed to Caswell? I mean, that, you know.
One, in theory, Frank, we own that one. Okay. The whole who owns what, you know, we could litigate that until we're blue in the face. We don't seek to do that. But that's one of the first things we did is we asked our attorney, find us a comp in the state of North Carolina. She couldn't. There is no comp to this situation of 2-time developer abandonment, residents with failing stormwater systems who pay the freight for it. There isn't a comp, okay? That's why we focus on you have to have a conscience, okay, to try and come up with what's a reasonable solution. Vehicular traffic is what causes the safety risk to, an aging population, kids, grandkids, school buses that go through the neighborhood. It's the vehicular traffic that's the risk. We can give you oodles of illustrations of bad behavior of golf cart drivers, okay? of unlicensed golf cart drivers. Happens all the time. We could give you a bunch of case histories on that. We could talk about dog walkers that don't pick up after their pups. But, you know, welcome to life.
I think that if the issue is safety, is cost of maintaining your streets and things like that, then gating it on two ends is the only solution. Otherwise, people are still coming in. And frankly, if they get to that next gate, they're going to be pissed off and they're going to speed out of there faster than they went in.
They'll do it once.
Maybe.
They'll do it once. And
have you met society?
And if they curse at us and speed off, then hey, get your butt out of here, okay?
Well, Robert, if that was going to be the case, and I'm not suggesting it's beyond the realm of possibility, then they might be back in here asking for another gate. If that proves to be the case, that they have people, you know, spinning their tires and racing around and coming back out, they always have the opportunity to come back again.
But we don't want some grandchild to get killed for that to happen.
Well, if we had accepted the streets back when we did, we could have actually written some tickets and done that, but we can't do that now. That train has left.
Get somebody to make a motion to approve our rezoning amendment. Make that the motion.
This could be simplified by simply voting to allow them to gate their roads, period. And then if they choose to do it one way and they find out that that's creating an even greater problem, then they've got the okay to go ahead and put in a second one. But remember, we also heard that those are expensive.
All right, is there any more comment before we move forward?
It's also very expensive to maintain a road, and they're willing to take that expense on.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so.
Could we have the motion reread?
That's exactly where I was going. Karen, would you be so kind as to repeat it? Or, would you repeat it?
The motion by Alderman Mosteller is to table the motion, or table the PUD modification request, and to have city staff work with Cades Cove for possible takeover of the roads.
And there was a motion?
No.
And including the city funding a CC, or whatever I said. Hang on.
I think since we had that motion, we have learned that Cades Cove is not going to dedicate the roads back to us at this point. So I don't know that that would even work any longer.
Well, my question is to Mo. Wait, I've got a question to Mo. If they cannot, if we cannot assume the road at Robert Ruark, then why are we having this discussion?
It is our council's opinion that the dedications...
No, I'm just asking because...
Right, so we have had this discussion on more than one occasion, and that our council has stated that the dedication, the expiration of the dedication alone does not negate the dedication of public roads.
Okay, so then we can have this...
Upon his counsel to staff, yes.
Reason why we need the PUD is because of the gate, because that wasn't originally approved back in whenever the subdivision. That's the key here.
No, what they're saying is that the expiration of that means that we cannot assume the road.
I'm not entirely convinced on what their attorney's saying. I'm not saying that they're wrong, but I'll leave it at that when he said that this could be litigated out on that. But regardless, there's some dedications that are still valid, at least 9 of the 13, correct?
5 of the 9.
5 of the 9.
So I'm just trying to follow a thought here. So does that mean because you're gating here, then you're effectively gating the ones that haven't expired? Is that what that means?
He's saying you can't. Can they gate that entrance that has expired?
As a matter of right today?
Correct.
I don't think so, because the PUD was approved without the gate. Does that make sense?
And how do we take over streets that aren't offered.
Again, I'm not entirely convinced that has expired. I'm not saying their attorney's wrong, but without going and having at least a discussion with the attorney on that. But I know this from the private side, so I think what statute they're referring to, but again, I don't, if they're not willing to go and have their roads accepted by the city, it's kind of a moot point, because I don't think the city's going to go and want to have $100,000 to go and do it. We're more talking about the gate than anything else.
And do we really want to have a big, expensive court fight over this?
My understanding has always been, unless you go and follow the withdrawal of dedication statute, that offers of dedication don't expire just by a lapse of time. Again, I don't know if we're here to go and jab that out today because your attorney's not here, and I don't think it's fair enough.
I think that would be a discussion not for this meeting tonight, to work the lawyer stuff.
Rich, one final comment, and then I'll get off of here, is, Mo's done a nice job of telling me it's about the plat plan, okay? All this time, all this effort, the 10 grand out of pocket that we've already spent on this initiative between the zoning application fee and the engineering fees to redo the plat plan is to change one word. The plat submitted by the original developer said public R/W. We spent 10 grand to change it to private RW. So what you're really approving is the revision of the plat plan. You revise the plat plan for Cades Cove, it gives us the flexibility if in the future we think a gate at the Lord Thomas entrance makes sense, we could do that. But we have to come back to the city for the building permit, so we would have to go through an approval process once again with staff and the aldermen.
That would be by right at that point, correct? Yeah. That second gate?
Yeah, it wouldn't be.
It would be by right. So we've got a motion on the table. It includes tabling this. I think we need to include the CCTV. We need to make sure that the city is taking care of that for our screw up in the past.
And I would say if you want to do that, then we'll have to come back with a budget amendment to do just that next meeting to allow the city to then do the CCTV work.
Okay, I think we also need to make sure that our attorney is in communication with their attorney so that we better understand what Brady was just discussing about expiration.
I think we made a simple thing very.
All right, so we have, I'm sorry, Rebecca Kelly.
At the end of the day, if our attorney and their attorney speak, because I think that's the next step at this point, and the conclusion is that the expiration of the dedication does in fact mean that they by right have private roads at that point in time, then all of this is a moot point, and we just need to approve their public to private word change in their document. So I think that rather than we go and do a budget amendment and start spending that money, I think the first step is getting the attorneys talking to each other to figure out, to make sure we're not spending money that doesn't need to be spent.
That would require then that we withdraw that motion and have a new motion where to direct the our attorney to consult with the Cades Cove attorney and report back to us at our next public meeting.
Wait a minute. For Robert Rule things, that is one option. And the other option is if the person making the motion and has gotten a second wants a vote, they can do that as well. So the option in front of you, Alderman Mosteller, is do you want to withdraw your motion, use the concept that Alderman Kelly has used, get the lawyers together, figure out what's the legal thing. How come we don't know that at this point in time is beyond me. But we're at the point that we now know we have to get that, and then we come back and have a discussion.
Okay, yet again, I will amend my motion to put before we consider the CC scan, that we have the attorneys add that in the front of that. And then pending the outcome of that, if the outcome is as Brady says, then we continue and, right.
So Noah, I'm not sure in my head that how that was stated is correct, but would you repeat what you think is the motion?
So the motion is to table, instruct Brady to conference with their attorney to report back with. Whatever that outcome is tells us where we go next. If you're in the motion still saying CCTV with a budget amendment, so you're good either way. So the motion is to table, have Brady conference with them, then we will pursue the CCTV in conjunction with that, but not approve the CCTV budget amendment until Brady conferences with them.
See you? Okay. Now
Wait, does this put us in the position of accepting that second part?
No.
I mean, if Brady says, yeah, we can take over those roads, are we now approving something that we haven't approved, really?
I think what I'm checking with the attorney is the expiration, and this is news to me because my understanding, talking with Travis a year and a half ago, is it's really about the gate. I think what you guys are saying now is you can put the gate up regardless of the PUD amendment.
We were told when you and Travis talked about this in May of, I guess, a year and a half ago, he said we could put the gate up, but you had the right to knock it down. Okay? And it's because the plat plan was dedicated as public right-of-way. Okay? Our attorney already spoke to Brady back in December. She's more than happy to talk to him again. But the contention here is dedications that have expired are expired, okay? That was the interpretation of law firm Carolina's, okay? Harmony can confirm that. She and I confirmed that earlier in the week before I sent the Aldermen.
No, I got that.
And she said the only way to resolve it is appellate court.
This board is getting confused of why we're here today, and what I'm saying is let's put the dedication thing aside. It's about the gate is why we're here, correct? Right?
Well, it's changing the plat plan from public right-of-way to private right-of-way.
But also showing a gate on that plat.
Yes, and we're also showing bollards at a couple other locations.
That's part of the amendment is what I'm trying to go and say, along with the dedication from changing it to public to private. Is that your understanding? Or?
Yeah, the plat plan shows a gate at Rourke. It shows a pencil line through Lord Thomas, which is the flexibility down the road if it's deemed to be in the interest of the neighborhood to put a gate at Lord Thomas if necessary. It's putting bollards at the tail end of Lord Thomas where possibly waterways could have broken through. It's putting not movable bollards at the end of Cade's Trail, where there's currently a utility easement that goes into Delaware Street, putting bollards there, so that is no longer a breakthrough. Like I said, we've looked at this every situation.
I guess what I'm just trying to go in at, they're not wasting time, again, on the dedication part of it, we would still have to go and be here. That's always been my understanding.
Yeah, I think what you're saving the Alderman time is whether or not the concept of taking the street over.
Sure,
okay,
I got that.
So, to me, the CCTV is only if you wanted to take the rest of it over. And we're coming here saying, hey, here's a way to save the city of Southport, so.
I ask, would you be willing to withdraw your motion so that it is just a simple, direct the attorney, our city attorney, to work out to meet with the Cades Cove? Because the rest of this is, I think, confusing to everybody and commits us to money.
Well, and the other piece of this, everybody, is that the manager mentioned already this evening that there are other neighborhoods who would like to have their stormwater CCTV'd as well. So we just have to watch what precedent we're setting there as well.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. I'm sorry, did we get a second for that?
Yes.
Okay, the motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion as stated and restated by the clerk, say aye and raise your hand, please. All oppose? Okie dokie.
This wasn't planned.
No, it was not planned. I am going to vote against the motion so that I can hear what motion we might have coming up next.
I'd like to move that we instruct our city attorney to be in contact with Cades Cove attorney to figure out what the legality is of the expired dedications, because if we don't understand that, then the rest of it's truly a moot point.
Is a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're going to take, yes, we're going to take a 7-minute break. Could you take your seats, please? Okay, we are up to another easy topic. Agenda item number 3, Franklin Square Park. And Emma, are you here? Yes. Would you, you're giving the presentation, are you not, ma'am? You got to hit the little button, turn the red light on.
Okay, great. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Good evening, Alderman, Mayor, City Manager, and the remaining citizens of Southport, and those that are watching tonight.
I cared so much about the city left. I'm sorry.
Oh. Well, I appreciate everybody being here. And hello, I am Emma Thomas, the chair of the Southport Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee was tasked by the Board of Aldermen to review and make recommendations based on the Franklin Square Park operational report provided by the consultant, Dr. Jim Herstein. In an effort to be concise, and in referring to the Franklin Square Parks operational report recommendations, we, the City of Southport Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, created a list of our recommendations that you will find in your packet. Page 53, thank you, Lo. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee recommendations for Franklin Square Park has been focused on a plan to open the park fully for the citizens to use and enjoy. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee agreed and recognized the overarching need identified in the public survey and Dr. Herstein's report, emphasizing the need to develop departmental parks and recreation overall maintenance care plan for Parks and for Franklin Square Park. And you'll have also in your packet an attachment. It was page 84 for the maintenance and care of Franklin Square Park. After careful review, after careful review of the Franklin Square operational plan, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee focused on option 3, which starts on page 115 in the Franklin Square operational plan, the 224-page booklet. As well as the recommendations from Bartley Tree Experts for ongoing tree maintenance and yearly care, we recommend for 2024-25 fiscal year for the staff to inspect and repair the stage and for it to remain in its current location, to open the park for Southport residents and the community at large to enjoy, with activities to include live concerts and other events such as, but not limited to, the following: concerts, movies, elementary school graduations, weddings. Y'all can cheer when you're ready for which one. Easter egg hunts, Christmas tree lighting, the Southport drumming group, Christmas caroling, Christmas Eve services, elementary school plays and recitals, the farmers market to start on the east-west street and wrap around behind Franklin Square Art Gallery and extend behind the grassy area of the old fire station. So basically, like last year, but wrapping around up to the old fire station in the grassy area. We also recommend plein air, small rental events, religious services, dance and recitals, and other events and activities to be announced by the Parks and Recreation Department. We recommend that vehicles allowed in the park be limited to and limited to maintenance and emergency service vehicles or other vehicles with the Parks and Recreation Director's approval. We recommend that no staking of tie lines be used, only sandbags where is permitted or where is needed, to establish handicap parking and/or golf cart parking at the rope fenced area on East-West Street. We also would like to note that currently Spring Fest Market and Winter Fest Market will not be held in Franklin Square Park. These markets and others to be reviewed and planned in conjunction with an establishment of an ongoing maintenance plan. Our next topic is the pathways and tree care. Parks and Recreation staff to establish a maintenance schedule and best practices are needed to maintain the integrity of the park. Following recommendations for annual tree assessments from Bartley Tree Company, distributing the mulch left from Bartley Tree Work, obtaining free mulch from Bianchi Landscaping. Right now we don't know what the delivery cost would be, but they've offered free mulch. Following recommendations to generously mulch around trees, allowing guidelines for the tree collars. Generously mulch the pathways coming into the park and refresh as needed. Repair the ballast stone with Parks and Recreation staff to obtain and investigate obtaining recycled materials for the repair work. Address areas that have been bare spots with grass within the park that can and will support grass. We like to note that the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee does not recommend an irrigation system because it would be expensive and it may cause tree damage to the tree root system. As far as our recommendations on trees and park safety, in 2024, the City of Southport followed the recommendations of Bartley Tree Survey in order to return Franklin Square to a safe environment for the citizens. As of this time, the hazardous trees and the dangerous limbs have been removed by Bartley tree experts. As per Bartley Tree Report, adding mulch will help add nutrients to the sandy soil and will hold moisture for the trees. This will also help limit soil compaction during the park events. We also recommend that yearly tree inspection as recommended by Bartley tree experts. Bartley recommends adding young trees back to the park to keep the park viable as the current trees begin to decline in age. We recommend that the Parks and Recreation staff reach out to the Forestry Committee and an arborist for input about where and when to replace the trees. Parks and Recreation staff, we recommend that they reach out to the Beautification Committee for planting of approved plants and shrubs. Install post and rope fence around 3 trees located on East-West Street at Franklin Square Art Gallery parking. We've noticed that there's a lot of people parking right on top of the trees there, so we're really encouraging having the post and rope in that location. And also installing a protective fence around the trees known as the Four Sisters. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee recommends the use of mulch in front of the stage in lieu of installing permanent pavers to avoid soil compaction. For our general safety recommendation, we recommend that park regulation signs be put up in the park as per city ordinance. Rope and post parking in the area to be provided with permeable materials along East-West Street designed for a handicap and golf cart parking. We also recommend repainting all crosswalks coming into the park from Howe Street East West Street, and Nash Street. We recommend removal of the large security light and adding appropriate lighting. And do research with Southport lighting ordinance for approved exterior lighting and adding more light posts as needed to match the light posts that are along the walkways. Excuse me just a second. Our recommendations for ongoing park maintenance, we recommend that the Parks and Recreation Department hire additional maintenance staff to maintain all components of all 16 recreation facilities, create a regular maintenance and care schedule for the trees, shrubs, plants, and grass, create a schedule to pressure wash and paint the gym, Outer Banks Tennis Company to repair and paint the basketball court, which we're waiting just for warmer weather. We recommend that the Parks and Recreation staff work closely with the Forestry Committee and the Beautification Committee to create a plan to plant native plants, shrubberies such as azaleas, camellias, in appropriate locations throughout the park. We recommend that the Parks and Recreation staff work with the fire department to remove the power box that's behind the substation and to remove or plant shrubbery around the cable, the tension cable that's located near the Baptist church. We also recommend installing shrubbery to conceal the power box in front of Franklin Square Art Gallery. Wi-Fi to be installed so that there's capability of Wi-Fi in the park. In closing, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee has made these recommendations to facilitate the opening of Franklin Square Park to events for citizens and residents to enjoy now and for many, many years to come. That's just a few of our recommendations.
Questions that, I mean, I know the answers, I think, but for everybody else, and Dr. Herstein is here. He did all the work on this, the survey, the report, the giving us options and money figures with all of the options, which we greatly appreciate. A couple of questions. In your recommendation from the committee, you did not mention anything about the stage and reconstruction
Yeah, she did.
or repair.
She mentioned it.
She did. Do we know at this point whether we have to put a lot of money into it or not?
Well, our recommendation is for the staff, city staff, to inspect it and then repair the stage as it's needed and to keep it in the current location.
If I may comment, we did get a quote on that. It was about $2,300. Yes, ma'am.
That looks a lot better than the $150,000 to $200,000 that a new one would cost. I see that you are recommending mulching in front of the stage as opposed to pervious paving. My question is two-part. Why that recommendation? And the mulch would be a surface that would not encourage dancing. And that's one of the things that the music encourages people to dance, and they do dance. So where are they going to dance?
One thing that we learned during many of public comment, we had some amazing wealth of experts within our community. Mulch comes in all different shapes and sizes and could be made to something that would be comfortable for people, not only to walk on, but to dance. The reason that we didn't recommend the pervious pavers in front of the stage, because again, we learned a lot of great information about that could prevent moisture in the sand and going out to the trees, and it could actually cause more compaction to the soil there. So we just went with mulch, figuring it's the best for the trees.
Any,
Not
go
to
ahead.
mention what pavers cost.
Right.
Now, do I understand correctly that we're likely to get the mulch? We're likely to get the mulch for free from Bianchi?
That's our understanding, that we are going to obtain some mulch free from Bianchi. They actually volunteered that, but there will be some charge that we don't know yet of what the charge for delivery will be. But it's a lot of mulch. Like, do you remember what the yardage? Okay. A lot of mulch. Yeah, enough to cover whatever we want to in the park.
So, this is really a question for Heather, but I'll ask it to you since you're the chairman of the committee. Do we know if we have enough money in the Parks and Recreation budget right now to do the things that are recommended in option 3 without having to wait for the new budget approvals?
I would like to
get a lot of this done now and get going on this.
Yes, for some of it I do. Ballastone, we know there's a group out of Wilmington that when a lot of these older sites become available or they're sold or remodeled, they do give away a lot of that material to a group in Wilmington, and they just kind of house it, and then we call them and say, do you have ballastone? And they'll let us know what it is, and how much they have, so we try to mix and match. But again, there's no definite cost on that until we get specific.
Alderman Kelly.
Probably an unpopular opinion, but I would really hate to see the Four Sisters fenced. I know that the children from the preschool love to go climb the Four Sisters, and I have pictures of my own children at the Four Sisters. I, as a child, used to climb on the Indian tree, which is now fenced, and when we first moved back, I was excited to bring my kids to go climb the Indian tree and was really disappointed to find that fenced at the time. So it's just something to think about, is how that interacts with our community as well, and how it leaves an impact for the children in our community, to be able to really be in nature and be part of it there and have a memorable experience to do so.
Other comments?
Well, I just want to say thank you so much for all this work. Y'all have done a great job. I don't know, do we need a motion to adopt their recommendations?
I'd like to talk first, if we could.
Okay.
Can I make a comment too? I'm concerned about
I haven't been able to stop you yet.
Thank you. We've got a couple of open-ended things here. Under uses, the last thing is others to be announced by Parks and Recreation Department. I think that we need to strike that and leave what we've got. And if there are other activities anticipated, then the committee or the Parks and Recreation Director can come to us. And same thing with other vehicles possibly. I know there was an issue with the trees with bands bringing vehicles directly in. So why don't we close off the open-ended part and keep that as within the authority of the Board of Aldermen? And that's it for now.
I think to answer Lowe's question, when we looked at what vehicles would be allowed in there, the only vehicles would be a Parks and Rec maintenance truck, and like Bartlett, their truck would fall in under that, if they had to go in and cut tree or do tree maintenance. And then the second type of vehicle is an emergency. But other than that, no other vehicles are allowed in there.
The only thing I would note is I would ask not to come back to the Board of Aldermen for a use of the park. I think that we're entrusting the park's maintenance and review of everything to staff, and if they are basing it on maintenance plans and that sort of thing, there may be things, I think that's just, if they think of something they didn't realize that's in a list, I don't know why it should have to come, so I differ a little bit about that, brother.
How many events are here? No, I don't mean how many lines, how many events?
I mean, there's
75?
at least, yeah. I mean, you look at
Doctor,
how many times.
what was your primary recommendation?
No more than 40.
Okay. So we've diverted from the primary one because of the concern about the trees and the wear and tear on it, is what I'm understanding. And I have to bring up something because I am confused about who's in charge of what. I understand that this document talks about all the things that can happen in the park. But we hired someone to run the events. And that group has, when everybody else bailed this year, they ran the events very well. They decided where the events would be. This would allow them to be in the park. But now there's conversation again about bringing back a third party so they can take the money. We're making the money now. So my concern about is this document saying these events will be here? Or is this document saying these are the events that are allowed to be here? And that the event coordinator, which is Elena and her crew, they decide where the events actually are going to be had. And I don't know that I understand how that is divided up. I know how I voted, and I know what my intention was, but I'm not sure how it's implemented.
All of these that we have listed here fall under the Parks and Recreation purview. Now, we do co-sponsor the concerts with Community Relations and Winterfest. All of those activities are co-sponsored with my department and Elena's department. The elementary and preschool graduations, that runs through my department. The farmers market, that's co-sponsored between her department and my department. Same thing with plein air. The rentals for the weddings, that's just straight up Parks and Rec. If a church like Trinity United Methodist or Southport Baptist want to rent the stage for one of their services, that's straight with Parks and Rec.
Okay. Community
Relations doesn't have anything to do with that. But the Winter Fest and the Spring Fest, with how things are working out with DSI, she and I get together on anything.
There's the rub. DSI pulled out last year.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And everything went perfectly well.
Mm-hmm.
And we got the money.
Mm-hmm.
So is DSI back in the game?
Not.
That's a policy issue.
I was going to say, there are discussions, but I'm sure Elena's going to bring that up. But no, at this time right now, they are not interested if it can't go back to the way it used to be.
So we got here because of the complaints that the park was being overused, and route issues and this issue and that issue, and we had one team over here and one team over there, and we hired somebody who's supposed to be he is a subject matter expert, I don't mean to say subject, could be. And the main thought process from the person we hired was to have a very limited number of functions in the park. And you have doubled that number by, and we don't even know, I just threw out 75, that we have a whole lot of events here. So basically, we're going back to the old day of we're just going to let everybody into the park. And I'm not sure that that's where, how is all of that impact on the park of doubling, at least doubling the number of events that was strongly recommended by the person we hired to do this, how is that going to help the system?
From what we understood, I think, and Jim's here and he can address this also, a lot of the concern for our events were the events that had vendors, correct? So, you know, that we pretty much have not allowed vendor events or events that would require vehicles inside the park.
So to confirm in my head, and I apologize because you may have already said this, let's take the farmer's market.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in this package here? Would they be allowed into the park?
Not in park proper. They will be allowed where they were last year, which is
the cement slab.
right, and the cement slab and that area right behind Franklin Square Art Gallery along the side, beside the Franklin Square Art Gallery. Like,
isn't that where we're supposed to be like planting more live oak?
well, if you are, I'm not aware of that.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard you have that conversation. I sat in the park when you were talking, maybe I misunderstood. The idea is that we start planting new live oak, because these live oak are going to pass on, as they are now, and that would be an area that we would put new live oak into. Did I misunderstand you, sir?
No, I certainly said that there should be new live oaks planted.
Uh-huh. I'm sorry, sir, that.
Did we name that spot? I didn't think so.
Yes, sir, I did say that there should be live oaks planted, and I believe they mentioned that in their report as well, that there would be new ones. I'm not real sure discussion as to where those would be done, but I do remember, I know for a fact.
I just didn't know that you could plant live oak, young ones underneath the big ones.
Right. My recollection would be is that more than likely the area from the parking lot that's at the art gallery now down towards the gym would not be a proper area to do the new planting. Something would need to be in other areas of the park proper.
Like behind the firehouse building.
There,
that grass area.
or in the stage area where some of the ones are, and some of the ones had to be replaced.
Okay. So since your primary recommendation, you gave us, I think, 3 options, was that?
Yes, sir.
And this is the most, am I correct that this one that was picked has the most events for the park out of the 3 recommendations? Is that a fair assessment? Or not?
Well, in my recommendations, all 3 of the options had, in terms of the number of events, were identical. The only thing that was basically different is one option was take down the existing stage that's there, move it to another place, and put some other feature in the place where the stage is. The other one was to put a new stage where it is and move the water feature down by the fire department. And then the third one is the one that they're mentioning now, which was hopefully be able to repair the existing stage and leave it in place and not have the water feature at all.
Okay, so, but would you agree that this plan then is different from the normal option 3, which also had 30 to 40 events? This is an expansion of 3.
Yes, if there's going to be 75 or some number beyond 40, all 3 of the recommendations said to try to limit it to no more than 40 events.
So I'm trying to figure out how do we get here?
Can I just say this? When you say 30 or 40 events, I assume you're meaning events that would impact the park. Would that be fair?
That is correct, yes.
Can you tell me a Easter egg hunt or a wedding or a small wedding or a school graduation, the drumming people go and sit at the picnic tables? I mean, I don't think you're qualified in that as one of the 40.
No, it mentions in there
So
that to
that's
continue
what-
doing Easter egg hunt, weddings, those types of things is still acceptable.
Bigger, you meant more vendor type, more impactful things with
Exactly.
the 30 to 40. So this list, that's why I'm saying staff understands that they're going to come up with a maintenance plan. Any event that's held in there, this is my way of thinking, any event that's held in there, you're giving them the maintenance plan. You know what goes on before they have the event, and what goes on after the event from a maintenance standpoint. That's these components, this idea that these events damage the park is not really the truth. We've never spent any money on these trees, and what money was spent was poorly spent. And so those are the decisions, but I think this is robust as far as direction, and I think staff, we're giving them the tools to go forth and prosper. That's what I think.
You know, one thing we don't want to have happen here is we said 40 approximately, then we're up considerably above that. We need a better definition of what can and cannot go in there. And it could be just little small things. But again, there's a huge difference between 40 and 75. You know, who's going to make the determination as to what can or cannot go in there? Is that Heather and her group? And I trust them to do it. But again, I think we need to, broaden that out and say what you can and cannot do. What fits our definition, what does not.
Well, we have that in Dr. Herstein's recommendations for the uses of Franklin Square Park, and they pretty closely jive with what the Parks and Recreation recommendations are. But one of the things that he reiterates through these are no vendor events other than the farmer's market. What he's recommending that we allow would be the Easter egg hunt. That's one a year. Concert series, how many is that?
12 total, 6
So
in the
that's a
spring,
total of
6 in the
12.
fall.
One Easter, Christmas Eve service, that's only once a year.
Well, I can read.
Okay.
So
everybody
my
else doesn't have
my
this.
point is that Frank did a better job of interpreting my thought than I did, is that there's no caveat of what I want to make sure there's a clear caveat in what cannot go in there. And so, Heather, you talked about that. You're going to take all the vendors out of there. The only one that would arch around a little bit would be the farmer's market onto the grass, which as of this time, we're not putting trees in there because we haven't done that part. We may sometime in the future. So all of the other vendor stuff would not be, they would be down here or we find some other place to put that.
Yeah.
Did I not read it correctly? Is that caveat in here that says the vendors will not be in the park?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
down here, it's noted. Currently.
With the maintenance plan, what we suggested we look at it after the maintenance plan has been established for possible bringing back events.
There you go. There's the rub.
The
The other events, I'm talking about, I'm interpreting your sentence is, you're thinking about bringing in vendors. I'm looking to have a caveat that says no vendors in the park. That was the thing that riled people up all over the place. Whether all of those storylines were true or not about stakes and trees and driving on things and doing things, we got through a whole year of peace and tranquility based on the fact that there were no more vendors. But if you think you're going to bring vendors back, we're going to be back in a hoopla again.
These were just their recommendations. If you as the board don't want vendor events in there, then that's all that needs to be said.
I'm pretty happy with the way you explained the farmer's market because it's just an incremental of what happened last year. But to go back on what Lo was saying, when you leave it open-ended, and I'm hearing potentially, after we get this all done, we may bring the vendors back, that to me is a no. I probably will not vote on this. Watch. But I'm letting you know that, to me, if we can exclude the vendors, I'm pretty good with all the things that are here. But if we're not going to exclude the vendors, then I think we're going to get back into another shouting match. Not you and me having a shouting match, but other people getting all upset about it. And it's easily fixed. There's a lot of good stuff here.
I guess you can make that motion, right? If you don't want vendors in there, if that's what you would like the motion to be.
I confirmed then that there's no caveat in here that says we're not going to have vendors in here. That's not in there, though it's in his report. So this is not number 3. This is a modification of number 3, and that was not clearly stated. So we're now at that point is that when the board has a decision to make, I would hope that they would consider banning the vendors from being in that particular park.
May I? Dr. Herstein,
Yes.
With regards to the vendors, what activities is it that causes the harm?
The heavy traffic and the setup of a tent or whatever, tent table, those types of things. But also the mayor's very right. A lot of it is perception of putting 100 vendors into the small area and then having another 200 or 300 people walking around going to their different stations off of it. I really think, in my opinion, humble opinion that it is, there's 3 keys to making Franklin Park a success again. One is eliminating vendors from the park for perception purposes and for physical purposes. The second is getting the maintenance staff in the Parks Recreation Department, that they have their own maintenance staff, adequate. And the third is they have a maintenance plan that they stick to. I think from everything I got from doing the work for the survey, the public meetings and everything, maintenance is the big issue. And unless the department has the staff to do the maintenance and a plan as to what they're going to do, they can't succeed. But if they have that and you keep the vendors out for perception and physical purposes, I think you'll have a very successful park back on your hands.
Was it Bart? I believe we had a study that said if we do all the other things and we mulch and that the impacts of the vendors with standards, so no stakes, no anything like that, would not impact the trees at all. So Bartlett's also a subject matter expert, so they just agree to disagree. And I mean, my concept there is I appreciate perception, but if I cared that much, I probably wouldn't have ran for this position.
Well, another thing.
Question for Dr. Herstein. The 40 events, does that include the farmers market?
Yes.
Okay. So if we had a motion to accept Parks and Recreation's recommendations with the added terms that there be no vendors events other than the farmers market vendors, and that the number of events held in the park be limited to 40 per year. That allows for an awful lot of stuff, by the way.
But that's not what he's saying. He's saying that things like the Easter egg hunt and these other events aren't the events he's referring to as 40.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
No, they're included in there. Truthfully, when I asked
the Easter egg hunt, you just answered that the Easter egg hunt was not one of the 40 events.
No, I said it wasn't one of the events that damaged the park.
Well, we would hope that we would only be limiting events that damage the park. That's my point. And if we arbitrarily pencil in a number that they choose 40, so we get 5 weddings, or 6 weddings, so there's 6 of the 40. I mean, y'all, we need to trust that staff has our best interest at heart.
I'm not disagreeing with you on the number, now that I understood what the numbers are going back and forth. What I'm concerned about, because perception is important, it is important, and the fact that you have hundreds of people, more than all of these events almost put together, running around every week, all over the place. So if we kept those vendors out of that, we have other parks. We're not eliminating that. We're just not going back to where we came from. The whole point was to move forward, and that's where I'm thinking. But if the board, it's the board's decision to make.
Are we still back to the point that we have to really define what is or is not acceptable? Or are we beyond
I think we
that?
do. I think we, on one topic.
One topic only.
That is no vendors. And if we did that, I'd be happy. And the fact that there's more events than 40 on this, because these are mostly light events, I can understand that. I'm not disagreeing with this list, because this list conveniently doesn't show us that we're going to go back to having more vendors.
I think
This list omits that. It gives the ability to add vendors later on by the wording that's in there, that they can do that without coming back to us. And the reason we're here is over the vendors. Let's face it.
The concern is what
what
events are going to cause damage to the park. I think we can understand that. I think we can get our minds around that. There are going to be other things that are going to be in there that aren't going to damage the park at all. So 40 really is just a number.
It's made up.
That's correct. And the 75 here, I have no problem with the 75, because they're light events.
But one of the things, to Robert's point, Bartlett Tree Service said that if we mulch and didn't allow and create standards, see, that's what we're talking about here, is a maintenance plan that allows, if there were things with vendors, then they could only come this close to trees. Everything's mulched. It takes the pressure off. That's what staff would be able to create and have events that don't impact the park. I think it's arbitrary to say no vendors. Well, wonder if it's a 10-vendor event, something special, and these are the rules that they're following, the maintenance rules and all of that. So I just think that it's, anyway.
You've hit on the key there. One is the concept of preventive maintenance. You go in and you do things to keep things from happening, as opposed to breakdown maintenance. You do the mulching and all that sort of stuff. You take precautions to make sure your trees are protected, as opposed to having to go back in when somebody rams a truck into it and repair the tree. PM is always preferable to breakdown maintenance.
All right, I guess
I have a question that's not related to the trees, actually. It says installing Wi-Fi capability. Is there an additional cost after the initial installation? Are we looking at a yearly cost for Wi-Fi as well? Do we know what that is?
Are you talking about at Franklin, or are you talking about an alternative site?
I'm talking about at Franklin. It's showing on this list, installing Wi-Fi capability, approximately $200 to $400.
Yeah.
So that's just the installation, but then there's additional cost for yearly, monthly Wi-Fi.
That project was completed earlier this summer.
But if we moved events to another park, we still don't have Taylor Field.
That's correct. So we would have to evaluate what that cost is at the time of.
But it's already there. But how much is it costing us? Yes.
Are you ready for a motion?
I am.
Well, as the Parks and Recreation committee liaison, I move that we accept the Parks and Recreation Committee's recommendations with the added term that there are no vendor events in Franklin Square Park with the exception of the farmer's market, and that be held in the area behind the gym and not in the main part of the park.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor of that motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. All against? 4-2. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No, I think that we need to think about when we vote, we're not trying to make any member of this panel happy. It's the community at large. And so
I think we got a lot of things here that people said they wanted.
I know, but they did, a lot of people want the vendors back in the park too.
A lot of people do.
And a tree expert said, a subject matter expert said that.
But a lot of people
And a lot of people don't want them in there, so I don't have a count on either side of that. And the only thing that I ever use the park for, me, is the music. So I don't have enough skin in the game to have that argument.
Well, but you did, and it's done. And
What I was saying is the reason why we're here is that for over a year we had signs everywhere. We had people calling me up. We had people asking me to come down to the park for meetings, and the whole issue was the vendors. That was the issue.
But we have none of those people that showed up tonight to speak out against it. If that was they saw the recommendation, they were well aware of the recommendation. The very people that showed up here on a regular basis to discuss.
This was limited in the language that was there. And that is unfortunate, but that's what it was. Because upon questioning is when we found out the vendors were going to come back. I had to ask those questions.
Those were conversations that were had in the Parks and Rec meetings. This was part of the discussion in those meetings.
And they made their recommendation. It was just merely a recommendation. So how about we carry this on later?
The other thing I'd like to encourage.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm just saying that.
The other thing I'd like to ask is to go ahead and pursue the mulch from Bianchi. As much as possible.
The whole planning and maintenance, that was
and work with
that's terrific.
forestry
That's all
and
terrific
beautification for plantings and figuring all that out.
And I hope that the forestry group looks at potentially putting some more live oak down there and all of that. That's all great stuff. The Parks and Rec Committee did yeoman's work, and that's a positive thing I'm saying, yeoman's work in taking the recommendations and stuff for the maintenance stuff. I thought that was all great. I don't want to make small of that. But we do need to move on to the next subject, which is, I lost my page here.
Comprehensive plan.
Comprehensive plan.
All right, good evening. Thank you again, Mayor and members of the board. This evening, we are presenting the Southport 2050 Comprehensive Plan. We are in the final stages of the plan coming together, so we wanted to come, and we have Jake Petrosky and Andrea Radford with us from Stewart Consulting, who is going to lead the presentation this evening to go through the recommendations and priorities for the plan itself. So we aren't asking for any action this evening. We are asking that you take in the information. We have sent a link to the most updated plan that we have, and it's a digital copy, but I'm more than happy to make a hard copy for you to review. And we're going to ask that you really take a look at the recommendations and action items and prioritize those that you think are the most important for the next short term, near term, and then a little further out. There are a lot of things there, so we need to make sure we know what really we need to focus on with our priorities. So that's what we're asking. We do have to send this to the Division of Coastal Management for their review and comment. So we are hoping to get comments and any thoughts from the board by January 23rd, so we can have an updated plan for you at your February 3rd meeting, so we can get a kind of a overview of that plan and be able to hopefully get an agreement to send it up to Division of Coastal Management for their review. And this does not stop any of the comment periods or the review periods. This is just getting their information to ensure that we are meeting the state's requirements for their land use planning. So with no further ado, here are Jake and Andrea.
Mo, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir.
Am I the only tardy one to make an appointment with you?
No.
Okay, that's all.
And,
I don't want other numbers.
Please call me. I'm happy to sit
I
down
will
and
call
with
you
anyone.
tomorrow.
All right.
If you don't hear from me, please call me.
All right, wonderful.
And we'll expect the
Happy
appointment.
to.
Wait, Maureen, could you
Yes,
please
sir.
just go through the timeline so everybody understands the full schedule? It's on your page 58.
Well, it's part of the presentation
Okay,
as well.
all right,
So we'll,
thank
and if there are any questions on that schedule, we'd be happy to. Thank you. Do I have the remote or? Oh, sorry. It's okay. It's right here. Okay. The top one advances or the big button? Okay. Big button.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Alt and Board of Aldermen. Thank you for having us tonight. I'm going to kind of review the process of where we've come from and where we are now. So we began with this process in December of 2023. It was a three-phase process, beginning with project initiation, and that was getting to know the community, visiting the community, and talking to multiple people within the community. Phase 2 was analysis, visioning, and plan development. Again, we did some more analysis and more getting to know the community through multiple public engagement activities. And now we're here on phase 3, working on implementation, and then the next steps will be adoption and certification, which I'll go further into detail towards the end of the presentation. Okay, public engagement. We had multiple public engagement opportunities throughout this process, starting with a Name the Plan survey, giving folks the opportunity to help us name the plan. That's the plan's name is Plan Southport 2050, and you'll notice, if you notice on the front page, you'll see that 50 is incorporated into the word Southport. Secondly, we had stakeholder meetings. We had 2 days of stakeholder meetings and 6 sessions. We had approximately 50 stakeholders involved in those meetings. We also had a community survey that we got 536 responses from. We had a walking tour, as you can see in the picture. We had probably about 20 to 25 people there. We took a walk in downtown and the waterfront, and then another group went up North Howe. Then following the walking tour, we had some listening sessions where we asked people what they love about Southport, what they love about other areas that they would like to see in Southport. And then we had a photo contest, which you can see these photos on the Plan Southport 2050 page, which is on the Community Development Services page. Had some wonderful, wonderful photos on there, so I encourage you to go look at those. Those will also be in the plan document as well. And we had 2 public meetings, one in April, and that included a visioning session, and then one in October, and that introduced the draft plan to the public. So, little overview of Southport history. Fort Johnston was constructed in the 1740s, which then brought Wilmington merchant Joshua Potts to the area, who came here to enjoy the salubrious breezes that you enjoy here today. And then he brought his friend Benjamin Smith and said, "Hey, we should build some houses here. This is a great place." So a plan was drew for Smithville, which included 100 half-acre lots. Then, in the early 1800s, construction began along Moore and Bay Street. This included some residential, some commercial development, and some docks. But then, during the Civil War, the growth kind of became stagnant. Post-Civil War, you had 2 African-American neighborhoods, one in the northwest, one in the northeast. And then in the 1870s, the new inlet was closed. This created an opportunity for the establishment of a major port in this area. So the city limits were extended about half a mile in every direction, kind of creating that arc that you saw on your former ETJ. Then after that, around 1887, the Smithville was renamed Southport, so in anticipation of becoming this major entrepreneurial hub and major port. But as you well know, with the late arrival of the rail, Southport settled into the identity as a charming historic village. But that didn't stop development from happening. So construction was booming in the 1800s to the early 1900s, which brought some concern about, controlling the growth and maintaining the historical charm and character and beauty that is in Southport. So with the departure of the county government in 1978, this led to stores closing in downtown, the Manhattan fleet leaving, the yacht basin. So there began this transition of downtown with revitalization efforts, and then transition of the yacht basin area from more of a working waterfront to what it is now, a combination of a working waterfront and a tourist destination. And recently, we have a lot of the same concerns that we did 120 years ago, especially with the removal of the ETJ. Concerns about growth, concerns about losing the historic charm and beauty that you see here.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
On that last topic there, on the electronic version that Mo was talking about, is there wording about what we should be doing now that we've lost the ETJ?
Yes,
It's already there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So why plan? Why now? Well, Chapter 160D requires you to have a reasonably maintained comprehensive plan to enforce zoning. What they later clarified what reasonably maintained was areas that are experiencing growth, like you are, should have a minor update every 5 years and major updates every 7 to 10 years, as long as that growth trend keeps, heading in the right direction. And then, Brunswick County's growing along the 17 corridor, along the 87 corridor, and even along the 211 corridor. And you're seeing that growth in Southport and along your edges. So, in the plan, we have population projections. These population projections include the Southport municipal limits, the former ETJ, and a little bit beyond that, because you have some non-contiguous lots along 211, so we want to kind of include those areas. So what this plan says is by 2035, this area, the Southport area that I just explained, is projected to grow by 4,300 people. This includes approved developments and proposed developments in this area, and it matches the current municipal growth rate, which is 3.4%. Now, with that being said, it's really important to coordinate with Brunswick County, especially for growth along the edges of Southport. And then, in December, Senate Bill 382, I'm sure most of you are familiar with this, came about. So now we're trying to navigate through those potential planning impacts with the hopes that there may be some revisions in January, but we're still kind of waiting to see what happens regarding the downzoning that was in that bill. So kind of back to your history a little bit. Southport has a long history of mixed-use development. As you can see in this picture here, you have a house apartment and a guy working on the cars in his garage below. Then this is another historic photo of downtown. Could have been mixed uses like office and retail below, or maybe some retail and some living above. But there's an opportunity for in downtown and midtown and a few other areas in the community for allowance of more mixed use, and that includes like residential and commercial together. This could provide some additional living options potentially for staff, like at the restaurants and other businesses here, and it could also create some creative solutions for entrepreneurs as well. So also mixed use supports walkability. And what is walkability? What makes an area walkable? There's kind of this we call it kind of the 4 Ds of walkability. It includes density, design, destination, and diversity. Density is the homes within walking distance of downtown and businesses. Design is more or less the design of streets, including the pedestrian infrastructure and buildings and how they interact with the streets. And sites. Destination is being able to walk to multiple destinations, including your waterfront park, your downtown, many other areas in the community. And diversity is, again, a mix of uses. You have to have a diversity of uses to make an area walkable. So before I turn this over to Jake, I kind of want to provide an overview of what's in the plan and how to use the plan. So there's 6 chapters in the planning document. The first chapter is your community concerns and aspirations. This is a full outline of a summary of community engagement, including vision and goals. The community survey results and what we heard will be in the appendix. So your vision is kind of this broad aspiration for the city of Southport. And your goals, provide more specific aims. Chapter 2 is a socioeconomic snapshot, and that includes your current demographics and economic trends, and also population and seasonal projections are in that chapter. Chapter 3 is your past planning efforts. Those include locally adopted plans, relative county plans, and state planning efforts. Chapter 4 and 5 are really the meat of the plan, really how to provide direction and action on how to achieve the vision and goals that were brought forth from what we heard from the community. Chapter 4 is titled Planning for the Future. This includes policy recommendations and actions to support the vision and goals. These are things that Jake is going to go over here in a few minutes. And then Chapter 5 includes your action items, like how do we achieve these goals and how do we achieve this vision? It provides more direction. And then the last chapter talks about existing conditions, including hazards that impact the area. So do you have any questions for me at this point before I turn it over? Or do you want to wait till the end? Okay. I'll turn it over to Jake then.
How's the buttons work?
Big button.
Big button, okay. Hey, how y'all doing tonight? I'm going to get into just highlight some recommendations. And I think, Andrea highlighted some big picture themes like mixed use and walkability, and hopefully you'll see how that translates into some of the more detailed recommendations. First, land use and character and housing. This is a big one. This is a very important part of the plan. You all are the stewards of the built environments for Southport. The things that you do, every month, the decisions that you make from a land use perspective, from an infrastructure perspective, really impact directly the built environment. And this plan is meant to provide some guidance, big picture, on how we can continue to shape and continue to be stewards of the built environment and the natural environment as well. And you know, this land use plan, the land use component of this is a really big part of that, and I'm going to talk through that. But a general recommendation here is encourage a development pattern that honors Southport's character and respects the natural environment and its history and all those things. So the historic character of neighborhoods, limiting density and building size and height in certain areas in certain way based on character and context. And these are not necessarily new things. You all have been doing this, but it's like you always see these things. It's like the lighting that you see coming in that got placed in Franklin Square and on your streets. It's functional and it works, but it could be a little better, right? So that's really what this plan is talking about. Is you are doing a lot of good things, a lot of great things. You could do a few things a little differently and probably achieve goals a little bit easier, but it's by no means saying that you are doing, you know, completely wrong things. There's some slight tweaks here and there that you could address some of the priorities we heard a little differently. A key part of this is the future land use map. This is a big picture look at future development patterns. It is a little different than zoning. Zoning is what you're entitled to do right now, currently on the land, and it has some detailed rules and regulations. And it's a great tool. It's the best tool to implement some of your kind of goals for the built environment. But this is a little bit bigger picture. It talks a little more about character. It talks about residential and non-residential character, and you can see, you know, the different residential character areas, including the historic neighborhoods, the traditional neighborhoods, kind of beyond that, your low and medium density in yellow, and then your conservation design, low density, where we really want to protect the natural environment. And these are really tailored based on what's out there, but then also what we want to see in the future. There's 4 different scales and character areas on the non-residential side of things, or the mixed-use side of things. And then a key part is the overall emphasis on conservation design and environmentally sensitive design as well. I'm not going to go over the character areas in too much detail, but you know, this is a little bit more detailed than zoning. Right now you have generally an R10 and an R20. And what we're saying is there's actually probably like 4 different character areas that we need to kind of be thinking about when we think about future residential land uses. One is your historic core, your historic neighborhoods. And those we really want to be single family. There's some duplexes, maybe some bed and breakfasts, but predominantly single family. Some accessory uses, but short block lengths, you know, a limited height in terms of buildings, and they have a certain distinct character. Beyond the historic neighborhoods, you have traditional neighborhoods that have a lot of the same aspects of the historic neighborhoods, slightly different. There is a little bit of mix of housing, some small scale attached, but you have those short block lengths. You have maybe a little bit more density, but it's not too much more. And then you have your low to medium density. These are kind of built in the 80s, 90s, 3 to 4 units per acre, a little bit farther out. Beyond that, and especially along a number of your tributaries and floodplain forests, there's a lot of natural resources that are really at risk. And conservation design, low density conservation design is recommended, you know, larger lots, or a conservation design that clusters development away from natural resources. You have some things in your zoning that try to get at this type of development, like the planned unit development option does require more open space than the standard, but we would recommend even more open space than is currently required in that PUD. So you can do that via a number of different ways, you know, modifications to the PUD, you know, implementing a conservation design option. I know you had one at one time. Or entertaining conditional zoning that allows a legislative decision and more dialogue to get to better design.
Do you have language that might help us along with that?
Yeah, there's some pretty good language in there.
It's already in the document?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah. And there's some more details on, how you can do some of that in here, but I'm not going to go over all of it. One of the things we looked at was height. There was a lot of conversation about height, and one of the things that we did, we didn't know, we couldn't go and do a tape measure on every building. So one of the things we did was take some GIS data, some LiDAR data, and look at, okay, how high are things in downtown? So this just shows we're looking north on Howe, and then Moore is the cross street right here. And what we did is we took that LiDAR data, which is elevation data, and looked at it. And okay, well, you have 60-foot live oak trees that really provide a backdrop to everything. So we don't want anything to get in the way of that. But then we have some buildings that are in the neighborhood of 25 feet, 28 feet, and churches that are a little bit bigger. Southport Baptist is like a 40-foot building, and that makes sense because traditional town planning, the largest buildings were civic buildings. So your courthouse, not your town hall, but sometimes town hall and churches specifically. So this is really feeds into the recommendations. So you'll see we talk about height in each of the character areas. So we talk about what is appropriate. And larger up, you get a little bit more larger buildings and that sort of thing. But this is really focused on the downtown area. Obviously there's going to be ornamentation like church steeples and that sort of thing. Water tower is also in another graphic. It's really big. But anyway, so that's something that factors in. Scale of buildings is really important. You all have a zoning ordinance that does a lot of really good things. One of the things it could do a little bit better is look at character and scale of development in your commercial districts. And if you look at these and you think out, the farther out especially, you have a lot of larger buildings and that's okay, but we need to be thinking about that in a lot of different areas. You have your typical Main Street and downtown buildings that they're like 2,500 square feet, the building footprint, or 3,500 square feet. They're not very big. But then you go all the way out to your highway commercial and you have 140,000 square foot lows. And it feels a lot different, right? The mass of the building, the size of the parking lot that's necessary and all that. So that's what we're saying is we just need to think about this. And some of the state legislation that was recently passed puts a few roadblocks in our way because, without that, we would say, well, you need a couple more commercial districts that restrict size of buildings to be more appropriate and in line with what you got and what would kind of have that village feel. There are some potential, workarounds and that sort of thing. Our life is going to get a little harder to do what we want to do, but it's achievable nonetheless. So that's kind of an overview of this future land use map. Happy to go into more detail. This just talks about the non-residential character areas. We still have some highway commercial, but instead of having a lot of highway commercial, like in your last plan, we did break it up and say, well, you have a gateway area that is a little bit different and should be a little bit different. You have a neighborhood commercial area that we really want to see more small footprint stuff than just in a general business district. Your downtown is not just one area. That you have downtown, you have midtown, you have your waterfront commercial, and each of them should have a particular set of uses and scale of development. We do talk about mixed use in some of these districts, and some are not. Waterfront commercial, for instance, we don't say anything about residential in there, but we do in some other ones. One of the things you can do is update your UDO. You all have talked about some priorities for updates to the UDO. And we're trying to reinforce some of those. And generally, it is the best tool for governing the built environment. Some things that you could do is look at processes and standards. Look at performance-based standards and some flexibility for good, customized design. Mixed-use development, think about where we allow that and what standards come with it. conditional zoning options. You do have conditional zoning right now on your non-residential thing, non-residential uses, but there could be other ways you use conditional zoning, especially given recent legislation that allows for that dialogue that's necessary to get to better design. Affordability is something that came up a lot. And there's no easy solution for housing affordability. This is not an issue that is unique to Southport. It is the entire region. It's the entire Southeast, honestly. But there are some small things that we've put in the plan that are incremental things that you can do to address affordability. Things like accessory dwelling units. This is something that can add some diversity of housing without changing the character of neighborhoods. You still probably want to restrict short-term rentals in those ADUs, but restricting long-term rentals as currently is done may be detrimental to some things. Yes.
I'm not against that idea. It's done in lots of places. The only problem that I have with it is the lot size that we have. If you're allowed to build a second building to be able to do that, there's virtually no impervious, there's no pervious soil. Yeah. And we're competing against floods.
Yeah.
So, well, somebody will be running down the street with that banner because they want to put a rental property in their backyard.
Oh, yeah.
You have to compete against, because we have several properties now that you couldn't pour a glass of water on any part of their property and it would go, except run down to the next guy's property.
Yeah, some of those, 35 square foot lots, or 35 foot width lots, absolutely not. I think that's where we're talking about performance-based standards. That if you have a lot size, that you can, have adequate setbacks, you can stay under some potential impervious surface thresholds, then it might be a good idea. But yes, it's not, shouldn't be by right no matter what, and anything goes, by all means.
We have standards right now for ancillary buildings. So those standards exist. It's just a matter of whether or not we allow long-term rentals in those spaces. So we already allow for the land to be covered.
We do, and that's a question that I would hope we would look at and address in the next UDO update, is to, on these small lots, you have to have some percentage of your property has got to be pervious, or we're just going to run into Leland. And I don't want Leland.
Yeah.
They can have the flooding issue, which are created by their building zone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My point was simply that we already have it, so if we're going to look at it, we need to look at it. Right, but also if we're going to look at it into the future and we know that that's an issue, we need to think about pulling that back and not allowing necessarily those ancillary buildings unless you have whatever, which is, yep.
Yeah, right.
Actually, an accessory dwelling building cannot be rented separately. It has to be
That's what we're talking about.
Okay, that's what you're talking about.
Right, yeah.
But right now, we can build the structure. It's just a matter of, as we move forward, is that something we want to continue to allow? Based on...
And that can be, I think, partly, if not entirely, dealt with by establishing a percentage of pervious coverage. Yep. Mm-hmm. Requiring a certain percentage.
To support additional.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So ADUs are one thing. Housing types. You all are a predominantly single-family home community. We're not saying that should change. We are saying that there's potentially some flexibility in types of housing, particularly as it relates to small-scale, what they call missing middle housing types, that could be allowed in certain areas to add a little bit of mix of housing. Yeah, so the idea of missing middle is, we used to build a lot of it. There's actually a lot in Southport. Duplexes in some of your historic district are a type of missing middle housing, or quad or triplexes, that kind of thing. This idea that we are good as a society right now in America to deliver single-family subdivisions and large-scale apartments. And there's a lot of reasons for that, right? There's financial institutions that kind of, those are their bread and butter, tried and true typologies and for investments, and that's what we're really good at doing. And a number of years ago, 20, 30 years ago, we changed our zoning to make it easier to build those two things. If I'm going to get a rezoning from a single-family home, well, I may as well go ahead and go through the headache to get a rezoning for a 200-unit apartment complex, because the rezoning is going to be painful either way. but what we need to think about is a duplex or a quadplex that has two front porches and happens to have a door on the front and two doors on the side or whatever, looks like a single-family home, looks like many single-family homes, and it fits a lot better in a lot more places than that 200-unit apartment complex. So that's what I mean by this missing middle housing, is where can we allow a little bit more flexibility? And there's different ways to do it. You all have a good starting point because you don't allow a lot of that right now. So you could potentially allow some with standards, or some via a conditional zoning to where you have that dialogue to get to good design. So even, despite, House Bill 382, since you don't allow that now, it's not a matter of like down zoning. You would be up zoning, but you would be up zoning with standards or with a different process that would allow you to get to good design. So you're not saying no. Right now you're saying no. But you would be saying maybe. So you're not saying yes, you know what I mean? Because, anyway, so I think you get it. The other thing is targeted projects. Like I said, we're not going to solve affordable housing in Brunswick County. We can work with partners, so that's public partners, that's the county, that's nonprofits, that sort of thing, to address these big picture issues, as a region. But we can also work on specific things in our community. Targeted projects that could be a couple units with a nonprofit or with a public partner to address the need for veteran housing, senior housing, teachers, emergency service workers. That's something that is meaningful. Again, it's not going to solve big picture issues, but it will move the needle potentially. And then coordination with Brunswick County. We do have a number of recommendations in here on coordinating with the county to manage growth near Southport. Given that the ETJ is no longer in place, this becomes essential. We did analysis, going from your zoning, R20 generally, to theirs, R6. 5.8 dwelling units per acre compared to 2. Looking at available land and constraints, that's adding the ability to, capacity of at least 2,000 new dwelling units over and above, what zoning was in place in that area. So there's going to be a lot of concern there. There's also concern on how their zoning districts in kind of the checkerboard pattern of the city limits does not necessarily match the character of Southport. So hopefully there's some fruitful ground there that you can work with them on that. Public parks, you all have an incredible system of parks for a town or city your size. You all have an incredible amount of water access between everything you have along Bay, your waterfront park, and all the different accesses. And this is something that is really important to maintain. That was mentioned. Maintenance is essential of what you got. Improving connections to those parks. So that's parking, that's bicycle, pedestrian connection, accessibility from an ADA standpoint, all those things. We mentioned, some big picture things in the plan, also some specifics like that low white to Taylor Field connection, like additional parking at Alvin Cavaniss Park. I mean, you all are blessed with some great right-of-ways in this city, and it goes back to the initial platting of it, and it's really for those breezes to be able to come up the streets and cool you off, and a lot of those right-of-ways are utilized right downtown. A lot of these are utilized with parking and sidewalks and that sort of thing. other areas, especially if you go north, you still have some large right-of-ways, but they're not necessarily utilized. There could just be some grass or informal gravel, that sort of thing. Cavanis is a place where you have a big right-of-way, and you have informal parking, need for more, the church needs more parking. That's kind of a win-win where you can do some improvements potentially. East Coast Greenway, right now, it currently is signed through your jurisdiction. Our challenge is to potentially have a safe, comfortable route for bikes and pedestrians throughout the city limits. And I think that's doable. Stevens Park, you have I think it's 7 or 9 acre piece of land up there. A master plan is recommended for that, and improvements to City Dock and some other things. Historic preservation, we heard a lot about history and have some recommendations there, supporting a local district and local landmark designations that would result in potentially tax breaks for those that maintain those properties. Pursue a certified local government status. What that means, one of the benefits of that is you could then apply for grant monies to update your historical survey that has not been updated in a number of years and is overdue. So that would be one of the benefits there, among others. And continue to tell Southport's story through art, community activities, education, signage. You all are doing a lot of that, and it's really commendable, but there's always opportunity to keep that going. From a resiliency perspective, this portion of the plan gains has gained more importance due to recent events. Grant funding to assess local critical assets. There's a lot of money from state and federal levels for this type of resiliency planning, and that could be a way to take advantage of that. Taking steps to improve the community rating system by 2028. That is the rating system that corresponds with your flood insurance rates, and there's some steps that the city can take proactively to reduce that rate. It's not an immediate thing. You can't do it next week, but you can do it over time with a concerted effort. Low impact development. This has to do with stormwater and infiltration and how we design sites, how we soften sites, disconnect impervious surface, and improve infiltration. Tree preservation, you all have done a lot of that. Continue that, and then annual tree planting and looking towards diversity as well. Live oaks are great. We need to continue planting those, but we also need diversity in our canopy as well. Wetlands is something that's really important. Dark sky initiative. We mentioned in the plan some updates to lighting, street lighting. You all have some options, some good options. On the pedestrian side, we need some more pedestrian, another typology for lighting. Also a bollard light too, to keep pedestrian lighting low and reduce impacts. Yacht Basin has been, obviously a hot topic. And we recommend some street improvements there, pedestrian improvements. Some of those we're just reiterating things that have come up over time. You will have incredible waterfront, all the way along Bay Street, one end to the other, and understanding, what the future of that is. So what's some improvements to public space that may be needed, pedestrian improvements, and how to use those streets, how to use Bay Street. What is the future of Bay Street? At the very least, we need to strike the parking and get as much parking as we can on the one side of Bay Street. But long term, that could be something that we look at. Height limitations, parking we talked about. On the parking situation, I think if it gets taken care of, internal property, that's great, but there's some beautification opportunity in the right-of-way that maybe the city has a role. Long-term parking solution is something that is mentioned in the parking plan. Could be some boardwalks and some slightly raised parking, but we're not talking about a parking deck or anything like that. You all have an incredible natural heritage in Southport. And if you're interested in this, in that last chapter of the plan, the existing conditions, we do go into a lot of detail in mapping tree canopy and biodiversity and wildlife habitat assessment and talking about some of the extremely unique natural areas that you all have. You have a number of natural heritage areas that represent the best examples of natural communities in the state and sometimes even the greater region and globally, and some of the most threatened natural communities as well. And largely, a lot of those are on land in private ownership. So the future of those places is really about coordination with private landowners, coordination with nonprofit sector, and then also the policies that you and decisions that you all make here at this board. So I'm not going to get into too much of that, but a lot of that. Water quality, we talked about stormwater and the importance of it, and it's making sure that enforcement, but also improvements, and looking at some improvements there, including some first floor elevation changes in areas that may not be traditional floodplains. That's what we saw in the most recent storm, a need for that, and if we could get think about that holistically. If we can do that across the board, that's great. It has a benefit from an urban design standpoint. If you raise the first floor of a single-family home and have a front porch, or if we talk about some of these missing middle housing types, you elevate the front porch slightly. There's a distinction between public and private space that is beneficial. It has stormwater benefits, and also just looks better too. So that's another benefit. Impervious surface trends, limits, we talked about that. You have some large wetland complexes. And some of these wetland complexes, due to recent law changes, may or may not be protected like they once were. So the importance of incentives and the importance of approval processes and how you can whether it's conditional zoning or some other way where you can get voluntary preservation of the wetlands or most of them and adjacent uplands is really important for a variety of reasons. Economic development, I think that we talked about this in our meeting this summer as being an important component of what we're doing here. So part of it is visitation and events and wayfinding and amenities and that sort of thing, but it's also diversity of the economy and making sure that we attract and retain young people as well. So I could talk obviously about each of these elements a lot. Transportation, access management, that compact mixed use development can support walkability and it can reinforce your historical character. The use of rights-of-way, you have many rights-of-way that are, you can do a lot in them more than you're doing right now. You can't do everything in every one of them though. That's the thing. So we have to think about what's the most important part here? Is it stormwater and trees, or is it parking on this street and sidewalks? And there's a combination. You can do a couple things in each right-of-way. You can do parking and street trees and sidewalks, but you can't do stormwater management and those things. So it's thinking about how you use those is going to be important. Pedestrian crossings along North Howe. If you drive in on North Howe in the wintertime, the large expanse of pavement, is certainly not the most pedestrian friendly. And if there's ways that we can neck that down in certain places and improve crossings farther, even north of downtown, that's something we show. We show a conceptual design of like a new crosswalk at Leonard Street in the plan as an example of what we could do. By the way, that's also where we could potentially thread the East Coast Greenway across. There's a lot of options for that, but we just kind of did a test fit there. Infrastructure and services, utility system, that's part of that. Working with the county on a potential urban service area, that would be something that you could do. I think police, fire, EMS trends and needs. We talked with the chiefs and got an understanding of what some of their challenges are, and included some of their recommendations in the plan. And it's really about this graph, which is potential year-round population, but it's also seasonal population. And you all are just there's only more people that want to come here seasonally as well. Stormwater system, the budget concerns that were mentioned earlier are very real. And the stormwater situation is no different. There's a lot of need there. And how do we thread the needle? Grants are definitely part of it, but long term we're going to have to think about funding and how we make that happen. So kind of in closing here, I think I wanted to touch on implementation. We have these recommendations in the plan. There is an action plan section, and really what we want to do there is prioritize. We have the current draft has a lot of recommendations there. I think we want to whittle those down. We want to whittle those down under each goal to really the priorities, and think about it in terms of what can we accomplish in a couple years, or midterm or long term. And we need your help to do that. So if there's some things that you feel strongly about, or if there's some things you don't feel strongly about and don't think are a priority, hey, that's good too. We'd like to, again, whittle that down and focus on our priorities. And we think we know some of them. We think we know, zoning update is on the list. I think historical preservation and those efforts are on the list. Conservation and resiliency, there's some things there. Walkability and transportation, housing. We think we know some of them, but we need your input to get to where we need to go. And with that, I think I'll get Andrew to come up and talk about next steps, because the next steps, since this is a comprehensive plan and a CAMA plan, it's a little bit more complicated. If it was a comprehensive plan only, all y'all need to do is approve it. But it's a little more complicated than that.
So, in talking with staff, we're hoping to have your comments and feedback and hear about what your priorities are by January 23rd. I know staff is planning to come back and have a discussion with you at the next meeting. But after that, this plan goes to Division of Coastal Management staff review. And this process alone could take up to 75 days. So DCM staff will review it, give planning staff a list of revisions. They'll send it to us as well. We'll make those revisions. It'll go back to DCM staff for another review, and then it'll come back to planning staff and us again. So the second review is mainly just to check and make sure that we incorporated all the revisions from the first review. And then it goes to state agency review. So all of your main state agencies will review it. SHPO, which is the State Historic Preservation Office, reviews it. Your Department of Environmental Water Quality will review it, and other state agencies. But they're given 30 days to review this document. Typically, what I've seen in the past, I think this is my 8th CAMA plan, typically the revisions are very minor at this point. So, like, for instance, what I've seen in the past is, consider adding a sentence about potential for an addition of a Category 6 hurricane event. And let's see, one of the last state agency comments said, "Hey, this is a great plan. You did a good job." Just very minor things at this point. Then the plan will go to the planning board and then come to you for consideration of adoption. And then it'll go through the certification process after you've adopted it. So with that, are there any questions?
January 23rd, that's not a meeting, that's just when we get after we have our meet with you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, the next topic up is board and committee appointments. First one is planning, which is the Mayor Pro Tem and Alderman Lay. You're up.
Thank you. I think Alderman Lay has got the reins.
You remember your button.
Went through a fairly lengthy process with Chairman Sue Hodgen, Alderman Kelly, myself. We had 10 or 11 candidates. We asked them all the same questions in the same order. And we went through and filtered those people out. Now, the people that are going to be on the planning board, these have to be very knowledgeable. They have to be people that want to put in a lot of work, a lot of time, and they do a heck of a service for the city of Southport. They're the only people on earth I know to get more grief than we do. But they really should be commended for the work that they do. As we went through the process, we came up with the following names. John Bove, Larry Ashley, Robert Lambert, they will fill 3-year terms. Kevin Lachlan will fill the unexpired term of Roy Penders. We still need an alternate. Now, we had a couple of people that washed out unexpectedly at the end, so we're going to have to go in and fill that up. But we've got now, as I understand, you've got a full complement, but you still need the alternate. Am I correct? Okay. I think that these are...
Are you making a recommendation
Yeah, I am.
to do that?
I am.
Is there a second to that recommendation?
I'll second.
Is there any comment?
I just have a question. I know I see the list in our packet, and 2 of the individuals were actually participated as stakeholders in the comprehensive plan process, and one of them was Karen Williams, so I wondered why you had not included her in your motion.
We ran into a problem.
It's a personnel issue. It's not that you can't be told, it just, we'll take it as a personnel issue.
Does she work for us?
Are you looking for a motion?
No, there is a motion, and there's a second
There is
to
a
the
vote.
motion, and now there's comment, and if we're done with the comment, we'll have a vote. Any other comment? All in favor of the recommendation as presented, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. The next one is the Board of Adjustment. Mark, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We went through several rounds of interviews and came up with the nominations are Chris Eckert and John Allen will take full-time positions for 3 years. Rodney Ross will replace the outgoing term for 1 year. And then Steve Dozier will take the full-term alternate position. What time is it? So I make that as a motion.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I have a question. Does this put the Board of Adjustment at full complement of members?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other comment? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. The next one up is Parks and Recreation Committee. Alderman Davis.
Okay, as you know, this is to fill the, just as with the others, the vacancies, the vacancy left when the ETJ member of the committee had to leave the committee because of the ETJ decision. And he, in fact, was the chairman. And Emma Thomas, in the aftermath, became the chairman. This particular term was due to end at the end of June. And so
whoever is selected if they wish to continue, will have to come up for reappointment. And in June, there are 3 vacancies occurring. The 3 people who are from Ward 2, all of those terms expire in June. So the Parks and Recreation is going to have 4 vacancies in June. But for this particular position, to fill the unexpired, I guess now 6 months of the ETJ member, the applicants were Andrew Broche. The committee, the nominating committee was very interested in his background as an executive and a director of Boys and Girls Clubs. Christine Wright, who was here and spoke about Parks and Recreation tonight, she is a retired podiatrist. She volunteers her time at the New Hope Clinic, for example. And Jean Potter, who is an almost lifelong resident of Southport and has been active as a volunteer in many things. And she and several other citizens of Southport formed an unofficial group known as Friends of Franklin, who brought to our attention the need for maintenance and taking care of the trees and preserving the park. After the interviews were over, the nominating committee chose Andrew Broche, principally because of his involvement with Boys and Girls Clubs. Any questions?
Is that your motion, ma'am?
I'm not making a motion. I'm just asking if anybody has questions about these folks.
Yes, ma'am. Out of these, all these participate normally? Are they there at most of the meetings? Is this Mr. Broche, has he been attending these meetings?
He was at a couple. He's very interested in seeing all the events return to the park and advocated for that. Christine was attended a couple of meetings and came to us several times on the topic of the inclusive playground. And Jean Potter, to my knowledge, has not missed a meeting in 2 years.
Yeah.
Hear a motion from somebody else on this.
Well, I'll make the motion to appoint Andrew Broche to the Parks and Recs Committee.
Why was there not I don't understand why there wasn't a recommendation.
The
Well, there was.
recommendation
She just
from the
verbalized.
chairman
So why would-
and the vice chairman is Andrew Broche.
But you didn't want to make that motion.
I did not.
Okay.
Because I was ambivalent. I think he brings a lot.
Mr. Potter is a strong candidate who's been very active as well, so I'm sort of divided. I don't know, Mr. Broche.
All right, there's a motion on the floor, and there's a second. Any discussion? I'm sorry. Mark, did you going to say something? You know, I have the same concern that you have, is that one person out of the 3 has been, we've been talked about, shows up for every meeting and has put the time in, and the others has something less than that. But I'm going to, that's just my observation. That's all I have is an observation. So, all in favor, unless there's some other comment, all in favor?
One question, did the committee recommend someone? Him.
Andrew Broche.
Was the committee unanimous in that?
The chairman and the vice chairman were very. Yes, the chairman and the vice chairman chose Andrew. I see the merit in him, but I also think that the other two are very good choices. And if I had a choice, it would be Gene Potter.
The chair is here.
Does the liaison not participate in the decision-making process?
Yes.
She was outvoted by the committee. This is the Board of Aldermen's appointment, not a committee. It's the Board of Aldermen's pleasure to appoint whoever. And it's our appointment. It's our responsibility. We're passing it on others to make the decisions for us most of the time.
You're right, Mark, that this is an Alderman decision. We get to make that decision. But there's a motion on the table, and there's a second to that motion. So I suggest that we vote on that motion and see how it all works out. So all in favor of that motion as stated, please say aye and raise your hand. Okay, all opposed? That's 4-2. And we move on.
Reiterate that this particular appointment will be up again in June, along with 3 others.
And at that time, the same people can apply again, or more people can apply?
I hope they do, because I think they would also be very good members.
And I just want to also throw out that we always encourage all the applicants. There's only a limited amount of space sitting on these committees, but all the applicants can always come to all of the meetings and participate and have impact in the process.
We want them to attend a few years and know what they're getting into, not be here a year and get an appointment.
It always surprises me that people come forth and want to be on boards and committees that they've never been to, or have been to maybe only once or twice. And that, I think that it's important to know what you're asking
So
for.
you can buy your way into Southport. Just buy you a piece of property and you can be on a committee.
Okay, so are we done? The next thing is the committee reports, and there's only one here, and that's the ABC one. Frank, do you have anything of note?
We met yesterday, another strong month. Nice way to put it. Both the mixed beverage and retail sales were up about 1.5%, 2%. So the store continues to do a good job. So it's a nice source of revenue for us.
The staff reports are in your package, and Noah, I erred when I was explaining my comment, and there's something missing from here that should be here, and that is the comments from the board. So we'll start with the manager's report, and then we'll go down the board. If you don't have anything, you can be quiet.
Okay, I'm going to give myself a 4-minute discipline. Ready? FY 25-26 budget. How about we go ahead and start the budget sooner than scheduled? I understand after our last meeting, there's a lot of interest in that. With the work session meeting the last week of January, kicking the new budget off with a big picture overview of revenues and expenses and a long-term forecast. So let's just go ahead and get started is my suggestion. Second, I had this question: process for a prepared food and beverage tax referendum. The process is first to obtain a General Assembly local act authorization to allow us to levy the tax, then get approval through a referendum. The current legislative environment is no new taxes, but my plan is to use our long-term forecast data to show, to not give up, but keep showing why it's important that we capitalize on our chief asset, using the data of our budgetary needs as a tool of persuasion with our legislators. 3, the comprehensive plan, good job. I do want to ask you a question when we meet tomorrow about how the North House Street corridor overlay, can we still find a way to make that happen with 382? I would like to try to be creative and not give up to that, because it's important that we have harmonious zoning in the ETJ. So I'm going to ask you that question tomorrow. But anyway, in addition to tonight, please coordinate individual meetings with the planning director for more input. NCDOT trips on House Street. As a background for my strategic needs assessment, in order to understand the impact of traffic on the community and the organization, I requested trip data from NCDOT, and starting to dig into that, discovered that in 2023, the average annual daily trips at Howe and Fodale was 17,500, which is 122,500 weekly and nearly 500,000 monthly at this intersection alone. I think that's an interesting data piece. I sent this to your email so you can look at the interactive map, and you can click on Southport, and there's a number of intersections. But I thought that's an interesting statistic. So I do want to clarify, at the assessment, I did make an incorrect assumption that visitor trips were driving service calls for fire EMS. I spoke with Chief Drew, who said that fire EMS calls remain mostly local resident calls. So I want to clarify that. Chief Corey and I did talk about how this trip data indicates the large number of daily trips and visitors does impact police service, particularly at the height of the tourist season. But the police department doesn't track that data to differentiate between locals versus visitors. So I should have been clearer on that point in my strategic assessment. Okay, I did have another question about occupancy tax collections. Last year, we did collect $206,285. We are on track to increase this amount. Just a straight line statistical forecast shows we'll make $250,000 using the new Granicus software, which does allow us to audit the short-term rental population to verify that all are paying, and then send letters to folks that we find in the audit may not be paying. And using this system, I do expect this trend to increase collections. Thank you.
Alderman Marsteller? You got anything?
I actually do have one thing. I would like, I have spoken with a citizen, and they had some great ideas about traffic and talking with DOT. I'd like to just give a phone call. I didn't want to do this without y'all knowing. I wanted to call our guy at District 3 in Wilmington and just ask some questions. It's not decisioning things, but ask some questions about some things. Some of it is something as simple as the detour right now, the ferry signs. If you look at the ferry signs, they're sending them to, and they need to be detouring them. And so there's some things like that. So there was just some things to generally talk with DOT, so I just want to let y'all know that.
Thank you. Alderman Carroll? Alderman Davis?
Following up on the occupancy tax and the short-term rentals, every time the Board of Adjustment approves a accessory dwelling, I think that we should make a point of alerting code enforcement, because as it stands now, those can't be rented unless the whole house and the accessory dwelling are rented as a single piece. And so that would be a way of keeping track of some of the short-term dwellings, short-term rentals, because I think we all know that there are several of those, if not more than several, that got approval as accessory dwellings that are now being rented out.
Alderman Kelly.
The Granicus software should alert us to that as well, when the occupancy taxes are funneled through any of the third-party rental systems. But that was my only follow-up. Alderman Mosseller, if you need a contact for DOT, I've got someone who. Okay.
Alderman Spencer.
Yes, sir. I'll be quick. I'll try to be quick. I want to say thank you. Howie is long gone out of here, but Howie Franklin is the man. We are lucky to have him come to our community, adopt us, basically make it his home, and explain to us how special we are. And first time I met Howie, he told me, he says, we're just like your Belinda out in California. I'm like, I've never been there, Howie, but I appreciate that. So we want to appreciate, I want to show thanks for him showing up. I was a child at 1977. My grandmother lived in Fayetteville, and there was a presidential visit. President Carter came, his nephew was getting married, and it was the first chance I got to see presidential prestige. And yes, I was addicted. So, but I want to remind people what he said and the things I've learned over the years, that all these great leaders, I've known some governors, I've known some people of that nature, and they're all the same. They're normal people who just want to make a difference. So I just wanted to acknowledge, I want to appreciate my mother for taking me and letting me see Jimmy Carter and wave his hand. It inspired me, I guess, to be here today. So a great civil public servant. And then the last one is a dear friend of mine who has passed away, and I appreciate the opportunity at the end of these meetings to at least acknowledge these people that meant a lot to me. I had a lot of mothers as I was growing up. My church,
we would be way ahead of that. And they had more pressure than we'll ever have because of the amount of money that went to try to destroy that town. And they held their ground, and it's as beautiful today as it was 50 years ago. They do. They do. It's sort of like a hands-off type of thing. I know that's kind of amazing.
I'd love to make a motion to adjourn. Is there any way?
And I was just going to ask you that. So there's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any conversation? Not hearing it. All in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.